Had a lot of youth really ball out last year. Can they keep it up, and can you continue to build through the draft the way the Eagles have been doing at this rate? We discussed that, the Sixers, and it's getaway day for John Kincade here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
Joel Embiid and the 76ers are considering alternative options on his injured knee. The alternative option is the only option. It's shut him down.
I think now we're getting to the point where people are going to open their eyes and just say, okay, we know what the story is. Let's stop hoping that it's going to be different.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good championship Friday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man John Kincade. Johnny, happy not just championship Friday, but getaway day for John Kincade.
It's getaway day. How are you?
I'm great. Why don't you sound more excited?
Oh, I'm just because I told you we run through finish lines in my house. I'm ready. I'm ready for a big day today. I'm ready for a big day today.
Damn right you are.
Looking forward to it. I'm packed.
That's good.
Does that make you happy?
Yes, I'm proud of you.
So a night earlier than I had to be packed, I'm packed.
I am proud of you.
So it's all in, ready to go. Now I just got to count out, make sure I got all the stuff for like tips that you hand out at the airport and stuff.
Oh, yeah, man. You got to get that all squared
away.
Ready
for that, so I have proper change, but it's all good, ready to go, and looking forward to a big day today.
Meanwhile, you got guys like Connor who pack at the airport. They just go to the stores and buy the clothes and throw.
Do you even really have to pack for vacation?
Yeah,
you can just show up.
Yeah, just show up. You're fine.
You do. You know what's weird is that you do have the place we're going has rules about, like, you have to, for the restaurant, you have to wear slacks. You have to wear slacks.
I know, but I'll tell you right now, I stayed at that resort in a different country. Nobody followed the rules.
Really?
Yeah. You're fine.
No. They're because the people on the site say you do. Because they sell them in the store, and guys go to the store and buy them.
I'm just saying.
Like,
what
that's
are they gonna
stupid.
do? Kick you out? The one steakhouse.
Yeah, they have all different
I stayed
things.
the exact same resort that John's staying at, a company, just different country. And the the steakhouse on the resort.
Right.
I wore the pants. Because I followed the rules. I'm a rule follower, John. That's an thing to do.
Yeah, I'm a rule follower,
and
too.
yet my buddy was in his shorts, T-shirt, backwards cap.
And he had no problem.
They had no problem, yeah. You know who had no problem last year? The Philadelphia Eagles. That's why they won the Super Bowl.
That's a pretty good transition.
Damn right it is.
Correct.
So the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year, and they did it a lot because of the youth on this team. We talked about this ad nauseum last season, but how amazed we were that Jalen Carter looks like he's in his 6th year in the NFL. He was only in year 2. You have a lot of guys like Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and Jalix Hunt who played roles and major roles as rookies. There's guys on rookie contracts. You had guys like Milton Williams, who I know will probably be gone this offseason. But you had a lot of guys on their rookie deal still really playing well for the Philadelphia Eagles last year. Coupled with the veterans, right? The core of Jalen and A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith on offense, the offensive line, obviously the secondary with Darius Slay, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Like, you had veterans that were major roles, but you don't win the Super Bowl if your young players don't play the way that they did. I mean, think about the Super Bowl itself. Patrick Mahomes could not get anything really done because Jalen Carter, Milton Williams, Jalix Hunt, Nolan Smith. So that's 2 rookies.
How about the exciting whites?
But I'm talking about the pass rush made him miserable. And then Cooper DeJean has a pick 6. Quinyon Mitchell's locking down his guy. Like these young players on the Eagles defense and even the Eagles offensive line. I mean, Cam Jurgens is only in year 1 as the starting center of the Eagles. They were spectacular. So the question is, Johnny, how do you continue to project the youth of the Eagles? I don't want to say flash in the pan by any means. I think these I think these guys are very talented. But we talked about the natural fall off that will probably happen. And I remember
with some players that happens.
You mentioned maybe Quinyon Mitchell because maybe teams target him a little bit more.
Well, they have a year of tape.
Right, exactly. But how do you continue to project the youth? Because a lot of guys checked off a box that a lot of players don't check off, winning a Super Bowl, and they're doing it on their rookie deals.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and saying there'll be some natural drop-off because that is going to happen. It's just the way it goes. But it doesn't mean that the drop-off is going to be like that when you're going to hear terms like sophomore slump.
Right.
I don't think Jalen Carter had a sophomore slump.
No.
I think Jalen Carter took it to another level. The thing is, you just can't project that every one of the young guys will be better in year 2 than they were in year 1. I have every reason to believe that Cooper DeJean is the real deal. I do also believe that the NFL is a smart league, and they're going to find ways to maybe try to exploit him.
The Adam Thielen game against the Panthers. He had a very bad game that day.
Bad game that day. Right.
Maybe an offensive coordinator looks at that tape specifically and says, all right, what did Adam Thielen, who is a vet who's lost a step, do that day to beat Cooper DeJean, who had a great season?
One of the things, he tends to do is just get down there in the zone, in the soft zone, and just get down close to, like Zach Ertz-ish.
Right.
Get down close to the ground where there's no play on the ball other than you're going to catch it. Adam Thielen's ball mostly is he's going to catch it or you're not going to be able to get it.
Right, exactly.
It's one of the two. There might be things like that. I think that all of the talent, the good news is, Andrew, I don't believe any of them, like you say, have any type of flash in the pan, even quality to them.
Right.
Which I think is spectacular. But I do believe there are questions. I heard people saying on this radio station the other day, what if you were going to get Myles Garrett, which I do not believe is even a thing.
We're going to talk about that in this hour.
That would you get rid of this young player? And I heard people saying, well, you'd never get rid of Nolan Smith.
I would do it in a heartbeat for Myles Garrett.
And that's the kind of thing that there are certain guys, if I said the same thing to you about Cooper DeJean, would you say the same thing?
No.
Right. That's where I believe
here's the deal.
Where I believe there are levels to this.
Well, it's not only that.
And levels to positions.
Well, that's the thing. Like, all right, so I'm replacing Nolan Smith, who had a hell of a season.
He did.
With a 5-time All-Pro. Whereas if I trade Cooper DeJean, all right, I'm now hurting my secondary. If anything, I'm improving my defensive line. Not that Nolan Smith is a bad player, but Myles Garrett, there's levels to it. Like, guys, there are better players outside of Philadelphia. And so I would replace Myles Garrett, or I would replace Nolan Smith with Myles Garrett in a heartbeat.
And I also believe, in my mind, it's easier to find an impact player or a player who can be more than adequate at Nolan Smith's position right now. I do think you can find somebody.
Yeah.
I think you'll be able to find. This Eagles organization has even developed them.
Yeah.
So I feel better. I feel better. And I don't want to see Nolan Smith go anywhere.
Right.
So, but it's the idea of there are levels to where you think these youngsters are.
Yeah, I mean, look, I try to not sound disrespectful when I say this, but, like, I think there's 15 Josh Sweats in the NFL.
I believe that there are 15 Josh Sweats.
You know what I mean? Like, guys that are clearly better than other players.
Sure.
But guys that aren't, like, the game wrecker. Like, nobody's putting Josh Sweat and Myles Garrett in the same sentence. Nobody's saying Josh Sweat and Aiden Hutchinson. Like, he's not that level of player. If anything, maybe Nolan Smith has a higher upside than Josh Sweat ever had in his career because we've kind of seen peak Josh Sweat, and he's going to most likely go elsewhere and get paid, and good for him.
And we wish him best. He's
Absolutely.
The best.
So how do you project some of the younger players on the Eagles, not just the rookies going into their second season, but guys that are going to go into their third year, their fourth year, maybe that fifth-year option? Do you think that they continue to get better, which everybody did? Everybody played at an exceptional level this season, which is why we believe there will be some sort of natural fall-off. Name the bad starter on the Eagles this year.
You're hard up for entertainment then?
Seriously, like,
because you're not finding it.
Name the guy that going into the Super Bowl, other than Jake Elliott,
that somebody
you
would
were
say,
concerned about.
By the way, that is one.
That was good, but that's the only one.
But it would be the idea of saying to yourself, this guy's a problem. You really don't do it.
No.
You can't do it with the Eagles roster. And that's pretty amazing. But when youth is served, sometimes there's a little slight step back before you take the big jump.
So coming up next, Howie Roseman spoke earlier this week at the Combine, and he talked about the vision that the team has, right? We all know that they like to build through the trenches. That's no secret with the Philadelphia Eagles. He doesn't really tell you what it is because obviously he doesn't want to give up that kind of information. So you'll hear Howie talking about the vision that they have. We'll try to figure out what that is and whether or not their plan of action, their recent plan of action, can continue. They have hit on a lot of draft picks recently. Wasn't that long ago where they weren't hitting on any. So can they continue at this pace? We'll discuss that next. It's Kincade Salciunas on a Football Friday. How about that? 97.5
I love that.
The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic, the NFL, the league that never sleeps. And obviously, the Combine began yesterday, as you call it, Johnny, the Underwear Olympics.
Yeah, and you know who named that? The one thing was the guy we were just talking to in the airport a couple weeks ago. It was Brady Quinn.
Oh, really?
Because he said how uncomfortable it was when, he came out. He did like an underwear company.
Okay.
Before he went to the thing, and he said the amount of teams that wanted to see him in his underwear. And that's sort of where it became the Underwear Olympics.
The Underwear Olympics.
Like how many teams wanted to see him like there in his underwear?
Okay.
And he said it was a little uncomfortable.
I'm sure it was. I remember the Brady pictures.
I can't Brady looked terrible.
I know.
Brady looked terrible.
And now
Brady,
he's artificial intelligence.
Now Brady Quinn. I mean, seriously, if I look like Brady Quinn, I'd walk around in my underwear.
Yeah, I would probably do that too.
So I wouldn't have a problem. We're in the New Orleans airport. I would have walked around the New Orleans airport in my underwear.
That's why I do it.
That's exactly what Connor
exactly,
does it.
Connor.
All right, so the vision for the Philadelphia Eagles. Here was Howie Roseman earlier this week from the Combine talking about how they have a vision, and we'll try to figure out just exactly what that could be.
I think they're always trying to find competitive advantages, and that's something that, we're always looking for. I think that you also have to look at the strengths of the class in free agency in the draft and see what the opportunities really are. You can't just make up opportunities even if you want to be creative. And I think just to be consistent, we have a vision of how the team's going to look, what's really important for us to continue playing at a high level. I think it's my job every year to make sure that we have that as a starting point, as a base when we start the offseason. And after that, it allows you to get creative. If you don't really have pillars of your football team, if you don't have those, it doesn't matter how creative you are, it's going to be hard to win.
And obviously, look, one of the visions and pillars that this Eagles team has had for years has been the trenches, right, with the offensive line, defensive line. And you and I have talked about this a million times. I don't know how other teams don't go, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's protect our quarterback, or let's try to get to the other team's quarterback.
Which one? If you said it right now, you're GM. I make you and Connor GMs. If I said to you right now, you're going to take the Howie Roseman philosophy, but you're going to focus early on in your tenure as a GM on one side of the ball. Which one are you doing?
O-line. Because I'm paying the quarterback, especially nowadays, $250 million.
Yeah, O-line coaching staff. I'm paying Jeff Statland $1 billion.
Yeah, well, the thing is you don't. Thankfully, there's no cap on that.
Yeah,
right. But it's like I hear so many people saying that, you got to get to the quarterback, I absolutely would go O-line.
Well, and look.
Because of the investment that I'm going to make, I'm probably going to be drafting my quarterback of the future.
Right. Well, exactly.
I don't want them being a pinata.
That's why I bring up the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase. Look, that connection's ridiculous, but you drafted Jamar Chase before you gave Joe Burrow any help. What happened? His leg blew up.
Right.
And so now Jamar Chase is being thrown passes to by Connor Thomas.
Right. Correct. Which would be like noodle arm.
Yeah, but
I got a cannon.
Yeah, you give him a 3-yard out. He could probably make the rest happen. All of a sudden, it's a 60-yard pass for you.
Maybe not too far out.
Even though it's 3 yards in the air. So now the last couple of years, John, this team has built tremendously through the draft. And I know they still have a veteran core, but you look at last year's top 3 picks, Mitchell, DeJean, Jalix Hunt. Before that, the year before, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Tyler Steen, who had a chance to be the right guard this year. Mekhi Becton beats him out. He has the chance to be the right guard next year if they don't re-sign Becton. Your first 3 picks in the previous year, 2022, Jordan Davis, Cam Jurgens, and Nakobe Dean. 3 guys that made huge impacts for this Eagles team this year. And then the year before that, Devontae Smith, Landon Dickerson, Milton Williams. So the last 4 drafts, your top 3 picks have been absolute home runs. Now, before that, it wasn't so much the case. And it was the same people. It was Howie, right?
Correct.
It was Rager, Hurts, Davion Taylor, which Hurts obviously really worked out for you. Andre Dillard, Miles Sanders, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. The year before that, Dallas Goedert, Avonte Maddox, Josh Sweat. So that was a good draft back in 2018. But we have seen the Eagles not necessarily hit in the draft. We've seen them hit home runs. Can they continue this?
I mean, the run they've been on for 4 years, it's incredible. It's the best in the NFL as far as using your top 3 rounds. It's been incredible.
So I'm going to make a point coming up next that if you have any doubt about them continuing at this pace, you might as well go make a splash. And I'll explain more coming up next because we have an update on Myles Garrett.
Update.
It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Football Friday here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Sports Update.
Speaking of updates, the Combine continues from Indianapolis. The NFL Combine continues through Sunday as teams around the NFL evaluate draft-eligible players from the college ranks. Eagles hold the number 32 overall pick. We'll keep you updated with news from Indianapolis, and not just reporter fights, what's actually happening on the field. The Flyers fell to the Penguins last night, 5-4 in overtime. Matvei Michkov did have 2 goals and an assist in the game. They'll play the Winnipeg Jets tomorrow up there in Canada. The Sixers take on the Warriors tomorrow at the Wells Fargo Center, fresh off Steph Curry hitting, 12 threes last night? Yeah, the struggling Sixers don't have an easy one. Nick Nurse spoke from the Sixers Youth Gala yesterday about the struggles of the season.
It's been really, really difficult. There's been some times where we haven't handled that very well, but that's the message. Got to play better. Got to continue to hold that.
Credit to Andrew Salciunas and Bill Colarulo for conducting that interview. We'll see what the Sixers have left in the tank with 24 games left in the season. This update's brought to you by Groundworks, your expert for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Ricky Batalico.
Why I put him in number 5? Well, that way you could skip him when you want to skip him at the beginning.
4 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. A lot of Eagles talk to start the show today. How do you project the youth of the Eagles? The guys that are going to be here for, obviously, another season. You had Quinyon Mitchell and Jalix Hunt and Cooper DeJean make huge impacts as rookies this year. Jalen Carter in year 2, going to year 3 now. Jordan Davis going into that 5th year.
Nolan Smith.
And we saw a different Nolan Smith last year compared to his rookie season. Nakobe Dean. We saw a different Nakobe Dean last year compared to his first 2 seasons. The unfortunate nature of it, though, is he's hurt again.
Correct.
Which has been something that's been following his NFL career, and who knows what he's like at the start of this season. So could he be a guy that maybe falls off a little bit? The injury, did you hear him talk about his injury the other day? That his
kneecap was in his thigh?
His kneecap was in his thigh.
I don't even know how that...
It got dislocated
I read that,
much.
but I can't picture it.
Yeah,
and I'm glad I can't picture it.
I almost kind of want to vomit trying to picture it. Like, that sounds horrible. I don't know how quick of a recovery that is to get back to the form that he was playing at, right? Not saying he's going to stink, but he was very good last year. An injury like that, can you still be very good the way that you were the previous season? So there's a lot of young players that we have to try to start thinking about, hey, are they going to uplift their game to the next level? We're so focused on, do they re-sign Zach Bond? Do they re-sign Mekhi Becton? Do they make the decision to pay Milton Williams extra money and let other guys walk? Where you have a lot of guys that are in-house right now, and you have to decide on whether or not you think they're going to continue to play at that pace. If you're letting Rodgers and Slay walk, that means you have full faith that Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean are your 2 outside starting corners.
And that is going to be a big question, because there's also an idea is do you want Cooper outside?
Right. Or do you want to stay in the slot where he was exceptional?
Thriving?
Yeah.
And I don't know. Now, the thing is, too, someone brought up to me that the slot corner gets paid a lot less.
Yeah.
So is that something that Cooper DeJean's going to want long term?
Could be.
He's going to want to go outside.
Yeah, but he's got a couple years till he has to worry about that. Like, this next year is not going to determine how much he gets paid, because he's going to
only have 1 year left before they'd want to renegotiate then, because he'd be 3 years in. And on a 4-year, because remember, he's a second rounder.
Round,
right.
I got you.
He's a second rounder. So I would think Cooper wants to start compiling stats as an outside corner.
Right.
There's just a lot of things in. I don't think that he's going to be one of those guys that would be like, I got to go outside or be any kind of problem.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we have this kind of conversation and we talk about Howie Roseman's vision, and we know that Howie's vision and the Eagles' vision has been building through the trenches, obviously draft day trades, not being afraid to make the splashy signing. But last time, the same day we heard Howie talk, he basically tried to preach patience with the fan base, like, hey, this offseason's not going to be like last offseason. Kind of could have been rope-a-dope, as we said earlier this week. Maybe he was just saying that so he doesn't put too much out into the open. Or he's telling the truth, which it did seem that way. I took it as they might not do anything crazy this offseason.
I don't think they are doing anything crazy.
That doesn't keep me from dreaming, though.
Oh, I know. Look, everybody's going to dream. It's going to do. We're doing the Juan Soto thing all over again, but as a fan base. But if it makes people happy and it passes their time, that's fine.
Now, I never really did the Juan Soto thing, but hell yeah, I'm doing the Myles Garrett thing. Hell yeah, I'm going to talk about Myles Garrett.
The Juan Soto thing was a lot more likely.
You think so?
Yes.
Oh,
I think this is more likely than that one.
Not at all. Not at all. They don't. First off, they don't have more resources than any other team. They don't They're not even in a great position resource-wise to be able to afford to swing a deal like that. Whether you're talking about draft, cap space, otherwise, with all the young talent that they're going to have to project up to pay.
Unless Howie's reading the window of the cap space.
There's at least 15, 20 teams
that
are in a better position than the Eagles to go get Myles Garrett.
Yeah, the difference here is, like, in baseball, there's a couple of teams in that group of, like, okay, Juan Soto could win in New York. He could go back to the Yankees. He could play for the Dodgers that are contenders. The Phillies don't, like, stand out.
Right.
The Eagles are standalone top option, need this guy, and they're Super Bowl favorites. So, like, if Myles Garrett wants to play for a winner and he has influence, this is probably his top pick.
Well, the one thing is, first of all, again, unlike other sports, he doesn't have influence. They're not going to – Cleveland is already like, we're not trading him. The last thing they're going to do is cater to his backside. They're not going to care what he wants. He's ruining their leverage.
Now, I would say –
they're not going to say, oh, I'd like to be traded to the Eagles. Oh, sure, we're the Browns. We got nothing. We'll take less. We'll take less. Just to make sure you get to a place you want. That is never happening.
Now,
Capital N.
The Browns saying we're
Never
not
happened.
trading him could also just be to try to raise the price.
It could be too, but they're not. There's absolutely no way that they're going to be like, we want to make sure you get to a good location for you.
Well, here's the latest update on Myles Garrett. Yesterday, a source confirmed to ESPN that Myles Garrett is not open to contract extension with Cleveland Browns. Straight up shutting it down. Like, I don't even want to talk to them.
He's got 2 years, though.
Yes,
so
he does.
They have all the control in this situation.
But he also still wants to trade. Cleveland.com reported that Garrett and his representatives have, quote, slammed the door on negotiations. The Browns met with Garrett's representatives at the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis this week. So this isn't like a month ago.
No.
This week at the Combine, the representatives of Myles Garrett straight up said, "Nah, we're not having this conversation." And there's a couple of quotes from this story that go back. Wednesday, Kevin Stefanski, the head coach, said that Myles Garrett is part of the present and part of the future of the Cleveland Browns. Before the Super Bowl, Myles Garrett was on NFL Countdown and said, quote, "Speaking with the management at the Browns, I don't feel like our future is aligned with winning right now, and that's what I'm looking forward to do at this stage of my career." So he's just straight up saying, like, yeah, I know what their plan is, and what their plan is not what my plan is. He wants out. He's going to get out, and the question is, can the Eagles be a team that even can swoop in? I think that they can.
You think the Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders are a real desirable, like, up-and-coming team right now?
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Absolutely.
Okay. They have so much more.
Yeah, but
They have so much more to
you
offer.
agree with me. They have so much more that they need to do.
No, but they have so much more to offer also. Like, they have what they have to do, the Commanders have to go and get cheap talent. The Eagles have to re-sign talent that is ascending, that, by the way, already has the Super Bowl under their belts. But they're in a much better position to be able to, the capital, to be able to go and swing a deal like this. It's not even close.
Well, they have the stuff, but can they use it all on one player? And also, if they do, there's already reports out there that Howie Roseman and the Eagles are prepared to make an offer that they can't refuse if the Commanders seem to be a front runner.
The only way that makes any sense, and I heard that yesterday, the only way that makes any sense is if they knew exactly what the Commanders were willing to do. And the Commanders have much more to offer.
Well,
so they, like right now, again, the Commanders' first-round pick, if you take the Commanders' first-round pick and their fourth-round pick, it's more valuable than the entire Eagles draft this year.
Yeah, but
Just two of their picks is better than if the Eagles said, take our entire draft, and then we'll start getting into next year. The Commanders are in a much powerful position, and money-wise, they're in an incredible position.
Yeah, but I don't think this is getting done from no, we're not trading him to he's on the move in a month before the draft, or like 2 months before the draft.
When do
is
you think
happening.
it's going to get done?
I'd say
Summer.
training
When do you think
camp.
this will be a training camp move?
Yeah, once he starts holding out.
Well, the only thing is this, with him, as far as doing it then, it doesn't play to his interests because, first of all, if you wait till training camp, you have far less teams in the mix, and money-wise, a lot more teams are going to be locked in and locked up.
Here's the thing. Maybe he wants far less teams in the
Exactly.
mix. Maybe he wants it to be specific teams that are in the mix, like the Philadelphia Eagles. We saw the Detroit Lions, Grok. AI projected that
the
Myles
Lions,
Garrett goes to the Lions.
The Lions are in a better position.
Yeah.
Like, the Lions have more to offer, more space, more draft picks, more everything. Like,
But maybe the Lions go, hey, we already have Aiden Hutchinson. We don't need both Hutchinson and Myles Garrett. We'd rather use our resources towards something else that we desperately need.
Well, the Eagles could say the same thing. And then you'd say, well, why would the Eagles not say that?
They don't have Aiden Hutchinson.
No,
but I was saying is
Nolan
why.
Smith.
With all due respect to Nolan Smith, he ain't
but the
Aiden
idea
Hutchinson.
is you're going Aiden Hutchinson and him is much more of an investment because you're hitting two areas that are great compared to just saying we're going to put Jalen Carter and him together. That's I would think that the Detroit plan would actually be more balanced and better.
No, I don't know.
How does that work?
I think
because you're going to be weaker, thinner other places.
I said it to you the other day.
You're going to be thinner in other places.
Why would the Eagles be thinner?
Because if you're going to have to give. What do you think? This is so Juan Soto. I swear to God.
I'm trying to figure out what you mean by thinner.
Because you have less to offer than almost anybody in the NFL.
No, that's not the question.
Yeah,
so you're going to be thinner because you're going to have to not spend other places, not have draft capital to fill other holes.
Where do they have holes?
What are you talking about?
Where do the Eagles have other holes?
They're going to have holes because you're going to have to start to pay your entire roster.
In 2-3 years.
No, not in 2-3 years.
But here's the deal. What if you don't want to pay certain guys? Like, what if they're not going to pay Josh
Well,
Sweat?
we're talking about where we started today is the young people.
Right.
We're
So
getting,
I
honestly,
know, but John,
we are getting derailed into a conversation of it is so this is the Juan Soto thing all over.
I don't agree with you
It
at all.
is.
Because I told you 10 minutes ago, if somebody said Nolan Smith or Myles Garrett, that's like a
but that's a
heartbeat.
No,
answer for me.
that is a caller bringing up something that the Cleveland Browns would go, yeah, we'll take Nolan Smith. That's like it's first of all, caller suggestions on trades and everything is where it gets to be ridiculous.
My point is, you're saying you got to worry about paying guys 2-3 years from now. There's some guys where I might say, I'm not going to pay that guy because I think he reached his top potential.
What are you going to? We're getting away from the point, though. Is what are you luring Cleveland with, and why do you think Cleveland is going to say we're going to take less? Why is anybody thinking that? We're gonna pick, and more importantly, why would someone even consider? Yeah, we're gonna make sure we send him to a great place that he likes.
I don't think there's a guarantee that the Eagles are going to offer less. Like
They
because
don't have as much. Connor, their picks aren't as valuable.
But they can be creative with all the picks they have over the course of the years.
But their picks aren't as valuable. A first-round pick for one franchise might be 10 spots off another.
Could be. And
15 spots off another.
And that franchise might not want Myles Garrett at the time. They might be rebuilding.
That might be rebuilding. There's not a lot of there are a lot of teams that think they're knocking on the door to being close. There's Bears, there's Bears, there's Lions, there's Packers.
You're worried
There's
about Myles
three in the
Garrett
NFC.
at 30. Why would the Bears go after Myles Garrett at 30?
Oh, I think the
Eagles
Bears
championship window is much bigger than the Bears.
Because the Bears have a cheaper quarterback situation.
Okay.
They can do
and
it
that
now.
one makes sense.
And they also have better draft capital.
All right, so coming up next, we hear from you. How do you project the youth of this team? And do you want if you don't think that they can keep up this pace in the draft, right, which is where this kind of conversation started. They've been on fire over the last couple of years. You could say, hey, they could do it again.
Sure they could.
They absolutely could. Or you go, you know what? Instead of rolling the dice, because that's kind of what the draft is, I'm going to get a guy that I know is already a freaking stud.
At before he ever plays a playoff game, will be 30.
Yeah.
And you're paying him for the back end of his career, not his most productive years. You're paying him for what he's done.
Miles, I'll take care of you, my man. I'll get the life alert for you when you're 34. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
Do you not think that the people...
6:41 on this Football Friday. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, talking about the Eagles' youth and try to projecting them forward. And the reason why
we love that youth, by the way.
Absolutely. And the reason why the Myles Garrett conversation even happens is if you think that the youth can't continue at this clip, or you think maybe there's a better option, like I won't hide from it. Nolan Smith had a great season. I would take Myles Garrett in a heartbeat over Nolan Smith. And so there are improvements despite how amazing they were.
Yeah, I mean, and all of us are feeling really good about I think about the future of these players.
Right. Now some of
Big time.
Now some of this is straight up Madden talk, right? Like
it is.
All right, would you rather have Quinyon Mitchell or Patrick Surtain? I'd rather have Patrick Surtain, despite Quinyon Mitchell being a freaking beast. However, if we're talking actual contracts and age, and if you want to go deep into cap space, obviously Quinyon Mitchell's the better option for you right now because he's on his rookie deal,
Sure.
and he is also spectacular.
And he's got a cool nickname. That's important.
And he's got a cool Patrick. I imagine Patrick Surtain is a cool nickname.
No, he doesn't. PS2 or something?
Why is that? That's not
That's
bad.
not bad.
It's not Quinyon
I was a big PS2 kid as growing up.
I bet you were.
Come on, man.
Bet you were.
All right,
It's
so
not PS118.
so what are the people?
That a Hey Arnold?
That's a Hey Arnold. I heard you.
I see. I watched some Hey Arnold with my daughter. That wasn't a very funny show.
Ooh, football.
I loved
Not
Hey
really
Arnold.
good. Not good.
Oh, dude, get out of here.
Terrible. You
Don't-
probably like
don't
family.
you-
You probably like Family Matters. So I'm just gonna
No,
Oh, you didn't?
I
Good.
like Family Guy.
I'm proud. No, Family Guy. Yes. If you tell me Family Matters, I was gonna say
Hey Arnold's my child. You weren't supposed to laugh at Hey Arnold as an adult.
no, but it's just
man.
not. Yeah, but there were some kids shows that were good.
Best jazz music in kids. I mean, there's good music in that Hey Arnold. All right, what are the people saying on the text line? How do you, as an Eagles fan, project the Eagles' youth, and do you believe they can continue to sustain this level of success in the draft? The last 4 drafts, their first 3 picks have been home runs. Like, it's been amazing. And if I go further, 2021 in the 5th round, you get Kenneth Gainwell. 2022 in the 6th round, you get Grant Calcaterra. 2023 in the 7th round, you get Moro Ojomo. You know, you've been able to get some pretty quality players in the last 4 drafts, and then some. But can they keep this up? And if you don't think that they can keep hitting home runs like this, maybe you go for the home run signing or the home run trade. What are the people saying on the text line this morning?
So I love you, Philadelphia. And I know that this comes from a place of belief in the Eagles, but we're going to see a lot of this of the over-projecting of young players. Our first text this morning on the projecting the young players out. Jalen Carter is already better than Fletcher Cox ever was.
Yeah, we have to stop that now.
Yes. Stop that. Stop that.
Could happen.
But ceiling, to me, is far higher.
Yeah. That's a very recency bias.
That's a recency bias.
Like Fletcher
But
Cox
the ceiling
was
is here.
Yeah, no, oh, absolutely. I mean, we're saying that he could be the next Aaron Donald, right? But
no question.
Let's not act like Fletcher Cox and Aaron Donald at one point weren't toe-to-toe. Like Fletcher Cox, he's going to go into the Hall of Fame.
He was an all-decade player.
Yeah.
He was tremendous. He was one of those just sort of plug-and-play, you knew.
Yeah.
One of those baseball guys like Bryce Harper. We could pretty much, with Bryce Harper, project his production, all those numbers.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys in football, and Fletcher Cox deserves all the praise for that. I think Fletcher Cox would tell you that Jalen Carter's ceiling
absolutely
in so many different ways is higher than his.
But let's not
disrespect Fletcher Cox, please.
Yeah, I know his prime was kind of a long time ago now. 2018 was his best season.
And I think some people got sucked into the fact that Fletcher did have like a 1 or 2 year little lull. And then he sort of just snapped back into it.
Yeah,
again.
in 2019, if we're just going off of sack totals, right, he had 3.5 sacks. But this is after 2018. 2018, he has 10.5 sacks, 34 quarterback hits. The next year, it goes down to 3.5 and 10 quarterback hits. And he played all 16 games. Then he goes back up to 6.5 sacks. Then it goes back down to 3.5. And then he closed out his last 2 years at an exceptional level.
He was exceptional.
To the point where we were like, man, I don't want him to
want him
to retire.
Remember, there were talks of the Eagles cutting him.
Yeah.
Moving on from him.
Yeah.
And so there was that lull. if you don't, like seriously, the whole career of Fletcher Cox.
Yes, he's freaking
that's
amazing. A bit
amazing.
extreme. And look, nobody's saying that we want to move on from Jalen Carter or find an upgraded Jalen Carter.
No, there is. By the way, there is no upgraded Jalen Carter.
All right, what else we got?
We have a check-in on the Myles Garrett conversation. This texter, Marty, says maybe the Eagles can't get him. Maybe they don't have enough assets to acquire him. But just saying that they want him and saying that they'll make an offer that they can't refuse could drive up the value to move other teams that you don't want to see get him out of the market.
And remember, he didn't say any of those things. This is chatter you're getting from agents. This is not, Howie did not say this.
Right.
This is agent chatter.
Now, Howie made it very clear that they're going to probably not make a big splash this year.
And by the way, the agent chatter, what would that be for? Oh, to drive up the price, to get more people interested, to say, oh, the Eagles are in on him. The Eagles are in on him. By the way, it's again, I think Howie sort of dumped a little cold water on it.
But you're going to hear the same thing from
but we would never know if Howie was really in on it.
Because every reporter will say the same thing. Well, you know it's Howie, so you know that Howie's going to be. How many times have you heard
they just assume
in any national or local interview that you have done here in Philadelphia, even when you were in Atlanta, I'm sure you heard people say, I mean, it is Howie, so he's probably in on him.
You know Howie's going to be in on him.
Right,
and look, it's great. Look, it's fun. And again, Scotty's saying here, and Connor, I think Scotty on Twitter giving the idea of, everybody's got to realize, like if the Bears are involved, the Packers are involved, whatever, anything the Eagles can throw at them is less valuable than what those teams can because their draft picks are considerably better and projected to be as far as their position, and they're also better in the future. Those teams, because they're not projected to jump the Eagles. So whatever the Eagles would be offering is of less value, no matter if it's first round. Like people say, throw another first rounder at them. If the Eagles first round, I would say everybody's projecting it's not going to be any better than like 26 next year. Right. There's we're not expecting them to slide. So the value of what you're offering, everybody in the NFL goes, the Eagles are loaded. They're going to be one of the final 4 teams, final 5 or 6 teams, best record. The draft pick isn't as good as what other teams can offer.
Yeah, but
if the Bears are interested, the Bears are picking 10.
Right, but no team's emptying the clip. This is not trading every pick in the draft to move up for Ricky Williams.
I got you, but every pick is more valuable.
I got you, but they're not trading every pick.
All right, let me ask you something. Because you bring up the Chicago Bears picking 10.
Like if the Bears, if they were going to get involved.
But we also know that this is the defensive tackle draft. This is the defensive end. This is the defensive line draft. If you're the Bears, you go
building for the future.
Yeah, we'd love to have Myles Garrett, but we're starting something new. We have a new head coach. We have a second-year quarterback. If I can get another premier talent on the defensive line and not have to pay them $30 million, why would we do that? The Bears might be thinking long-term more so than the Eagles. The Eagles are the here and now.
Also, too, the Bears are a team that has just gotten a offensive-minded coach.
That's another good point.
So you're talking about a guy who's probably going to want more toys.
Yeah.
Or more offensive line help.
So he might not want to trade that 10th overall
But then
pick.
you got to get to all the other teams who would be interested in him, too.
They all have the same exact issues. None of them are Super Bowl champions.
I told you what, Soto went
2024, 25.
It's fun, chatter. Not
yeah, but I didn't even have that chatter. This one I'm having.
We did.
All right? This one I think is legit.
And that was legit because you didn't have to, there's no salary cap.
Yeah, you just had to pay. Yeah.
Just had to pay.
All right, coming up next, we check some more of our text messages. But also, I was at the Sixers Gala last night. I'll tell you a little bit about that coming up next. You'll hear some audio from Nick Nurse, who we spoke to yesterday in the 7 o'clock hour. And I respect a lot out of him now. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Flyers fall in OT. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Flyers lost an overtime game against the Penguins last night, 5-4 the final. Matvei Michkov did have 2 goals in the game. They'll head up to Winnipeg to play the Jets tomorrow night. The Sixers take on the Warriors tomorrow at the Wells Fargo Center. Warriors coming off an unbelievable game for Steph Curry, 12 threes last night in a game for him. That guy doesn't age. So Nick Nurse spoke from the Sixers Youth Gala about the struggles of the season as they head down a tough final stretch of the year.
It's been really, really difficult. There's been some times where we haven't handled that very well, but that's the message. Got to play better. Got to continue to hope.
And hope is a lot of what the Sixers have left at this point. We'll see what they have left in the tank with 24 games left in the year. The NFL Combine also continues through Sunday as teams around the NFL evaluate draft-eligible players from the college ranks. Eagles hold the number 32 overall pick in this year's draft. We'll keep you updated with news from Indianapolis. This update is brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Bill Colarulo.
My frustration's at the Sixers. I get it. There's a frustration.
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Hey, by the way, nice 2 scoreless innings for Wheels Up yesterday. I'm getting the itch.
He really just blew them away, too.
I'm getting the itch. 4 strikeouts, 2 innings.
That was good.
I'm getting. Are you ready for baseball season yet? Like, are you like?
No. I'm like, give me after vacation. I might.
Okay,
I'd be ready.
That's fair. Like,
I did pack the white Phillies hat
Oh, that's good.
for the pool.
Okay, cool.
So I got the white
So you'll be
Phillies.
rocking the Phillies.
That's all right.
P.
Yeah. Spring training to me is I don't know. It's a bore to me.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's
Love it,
not.
man.
I don't care about the games. I don't care about. I'm more looking at how's the roster coming together. Make sure everybody's
yeah,
healthy.
But I'm saying, like, I'm not even saying, are you having the itch to watch spring training? Are you starting to get the opening day itch?
Oh, I can't wait for baseball. We're going the opening.
I know you're going
We're going
to
the
it.
opening weekend series. We're doing the whole DC thing.
Which is awesome. I
Doing the cat-
I love that you guys are doing that.
My little cuz Olivia, and I have a cuz Olivia, working. She works now in the Capitol. We're doing a Capitol tour Saturday morning. We're doing a White House tour Saturday morning. We're doing the Phillies game Saturday afternoon.
That's a beautiful day.
That is a
man.
day.
Busy day.
That is
That
a
is a day.
very busy day. And by the way, that ballpark is immaculate.
I love it. I like.
You know why you love it? It's literally cookie cutter Citizens Bank Park. It's the exact same thing.
I like the visuals better.
Well, yeah, 'cause
A little
you got
better. Yeah, a little
the
better.
buildings are closer.
Yeah, it's a little better visuals. I like.
But it's the exact same thing. The way the outfield's shaped, everything is it's Citizens Bank Park in Washington.
You've
DC.
never done Pittsburgh, right?
No, I have not.
Okay, I'm going to just tell you, Connor. You've never done Pittsburgh either.
I have not.
I'm going to just tell you,
But that's the
Pittsburgh.
best.
Pittsburgh is spectacular.
Baltimore, I love Baltimore.
Baltimore's great, but Baltimore has been way overdone by Pittsburgh's better.
Yeah.
San Fran's better, but San Fran you gotta, dodge the
Kind of
dude.
far away, too.
and you gotta
The
dodge
poop on
the
the
dude.
floor,
You gotta
yeah.
have the poop app out.
Yeah, you gotta be
you
be
gotta watch
careful
that.
about that.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not
jonesing for baseball, though, man. I need some calamine lotion for this itch.
You ready?
I'm ready.
All right,
Let's go.
Oh, Mr. Locked On Phillies, you're just tired of talking about the offseason.
Romano pitched well yesterday. Kirk pitched well yesterday.
Now you see, this
Oh,
is
he
what
kirked him.
is the Romano thing going to be? He's one of those guys that there's so much upside. There's so much upside to
A
that
lot of
acquisition,
upside.
and it's just a matter of can he be healthy?
Velo looked good. Velo's the ultimate sign of like, is a guy.
We got
Is a guy
Velo.
healthy? You mean?
Yeah, that's the number one thing you look for is like, is this guy feeling good? 96, 97, 98. Like, okay, let's go, Jordan.
I love that. All right, you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPN, HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group Station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. Our question for the audience today at 610-632-0975. How do you project the youth of this Eagles team? And, we're talking about the rookies, second-year guys, third-year guys that are still on their rookie deals, because you have to start thinking about next steps. I mean, you are losing some very key players, at least we think. Like, we think Josh Sweat's on the way out. We think that Milton Williams is on the way out. And so those were 2 key players that you had defensively. Now, the Eagles have been batting, not 1,000, but, 750 in the draft?
It's been damn good.
I mean, the way they've been hitting on their draft picks over the last 4 years, specifically the top 3 picks in each of those drafts, but even some later round picks, they've been spectacular. Do you think they can keep that up? Have they found that formula, that vision that Howie Roseman talked about in the clip we played earlier today? Or do you think they should also still look at the outside, players that are available? They're going to sign people. Like, they're going to sign a free agent. But last year was the splashy offseason. But one of the splashy moves you make, which is why I continue to keep my eyes on the Garrett situation, John, one of the splashy signings was the position that Myles Garrett plays.
It was.
And Bryce Huff didn't even dress for the Super Bowl. And you have to start thinking, all right, are we going to hope that he's just better this year?
Someone asked me yesterday. I did not know the answer. Did you see Bryce Huff at the parade?
Good question. I don't know.
Like, I just wonder. Like,
I'm not
people
sure.
were like, did you see Bryce Huff at the parade? I said, I'm not really sure that I would even be able to tell you what he looked like.
Yeah, I couldn't pick him out.
That's what I'm saying, too.
I would imagine that he was there.
No, but people were like, was he at the parade? And they were asking us to break a bet because there were guys betting on it. I said, I can't tell. I said, I'd have a hard time identifying. Like Connor just said.
Yeah.
I'd have a hard time identifying.
Let me just text Bryce Huff and see. I'll ask him if he was at the
horrible.
parade.
I searched Bryce Huff parade on Twitter to try to find maybe there's
Okay.
a photo. And some guy, Blake, tweets, James Bradbury, Devin White, Bryce Huff, and John Ross showing up to the Eagles parade. It's Kendrick Perkins in the 2018 Cavs.
Oh, geez.
And it's like, come on, that's pretty messed up. Huff at least played somewhat.
By the way, Devin White gets a ring, right?
Yeah, he does. Super Bowl champion, Devin White.
He was on the roster for 4 weeks.
Yeah,
But he never
I guess.
played, but he was on the roster. I think he gets a ring. I think he's going to end up getting a ring.
Do you take it? I'll ask you guys.
Well, the thing is, though, it is voted, though. It does get voted, but there are certain parameters that they tend to.
Look, he was in he was in the group chat. Remember the?
Oh yes, he was.
Remember the Devin White?
He was.
Jalen
Yes,
Hurts,
yes.
AJ Brown. They sent the water bottle picture every day.
What are you doing? What are you doing right now?
To fill up the water bottle.
I'm working.
They were in the motivational group chat, the three of them. Did that group chat just die? Like when he got released?
I think they just kicked him. Sorry, Dev. Hope you understand, but we got to move on with this season, my guy.
That's the morning of the parade. They send a text. You coming today?
Oh, jeez.
Come on. That's
brutal.
All right. So we'll obviously continue to check our text line on that coming up. But later on this hour, we're going to play some audio for you. But last night was the Sixers Youth Gala. And first and foremost, I opened the show. Bill and I did the show together, Bill Colarulo. And I opened the show with, all right, guys, we're going to talk Sixers, but it's not going to be the way we have been on our shows.
Okay.
Because we were at their gala that was raising, last year was $1.9 million for the youth in the city.
Okay.
And they were expecting to beat that this year. So it was for the kids yesterday. Yesterday was a nice day filled with good vibes.
Absolutely.
Positive nature, charity, all that kind of stuff, right? But we still had to talk about the state of the team a little bit, and we were able to talk to Quentin Grimes, who obviously is a role player for the Sixers, and we spoke with head coach Nick Nurse. So in the next segment, I'm going to play you some clips because I'd like for you to hear it. I gained a lot of respect for Nick Nurse yesterday.
Okay.
Not that I had little respect for him. I can't necessarily blame him for the state of this team. It's kind of hard to coach not knowing who's available on a given night. And
Absolutely.
when any team's best player is hurt, it's hard to overcome that. Now, I do believe Nick Nurse has probably left a little bit on the table, but it's a difficult spot to be in, especially when Paul George isn't playing to anybody's level of expectations. I don't think Nick Nurse has put him in a bad position, right? I think Paul George has just been a bad player this year.
He's been a bad player. By the way, he's been an unmotivated player.
Right, absolutely. Until he got rid of the podcast.
He doesn't look checked in.
Until he got rid of the podcast. Now he's checked in. He scored 25 the other night.
That's great. At the time, we don't need it.
But it was a beautiful night last night. It was a great time. Sixers do a great job when it comes to their youth foundation. 10 years of it now with the Harris Blitzer group. But when I talk about Nick Nurse, like, does part of you feel, and the clips, you'll get more, I think, respect for Nick Nurse too, because he didn't sugarcoat anything yesterday, which I appreciated. But does part of you feel bad that here's this guy that was like, he's thought of as this really great head coach, and he comes here with a really great roster, and it's not healthy?
I would tell you that, I feel bad that because we haven't gotten to see the best of his plan. But what I would tell you is what I have seen. I've not seen creativity. I have not seen a motivated club far too often.
Yep.
And that bothers me.
That
bothers me, and that is part of his job responsibility.
I do wonder, how much does it weigh on the players, the Embiid situation?
Well, it weighs them down. Think of the guys that came here, signed here, to play with Joel Embiid.
Right.
And with Tyrese Maxey, I mean, is great. You can bring him up. Yeah, they came here to play with Embiid.
Yeah.
Paul George came here to play with Embiid.
Right. But I even think about the guys that have been here, like Maxey. Like, there was remember a couple weeks ago, and, I love JoJo, right?
Yeah, you do.
Remember he got upset with Kelly Oubre?
Yep.
Because Oubre on the defensive end.
Because he thought he was mailing it in?
It was that fast break.
Dude.
If I'm Kelly Oubre, and not that Joel Embiid, clearly Joel Embiid's not mailing it in. His knee is busted, right?
How about this way? Again, sometimes there's a good message, bad messenger.
Exactly.
There's enough nights. There's
right.
enough nights Joel Embiid has taken off when he's been healthy.
Right.
That I don't want to hear him go up to a guy, Kelly Oubre, who's not as talented.
Every game.
Who's playing way too many minutes.
Right.
Who's playing every game. And Joel Embiid's going to go over and lecture him about his attitude or about his work ethic on the court.
That would piss me off.
And it should have pissed Nick Nurse off. It should have pissed Nick Nurse off.
Maybe it did.
He should but he should have went to, yo. You're not the person to be telling anybody.
Well, maybe it did happen.
You've had your feet up. You've had your feet up on when you're healthy far too many times, taking nights off. So please don't lecture this man who's been giving, honestly, everything he has to the Sixers.
Right. I got you. So coming up next, you'll hear some clips from Nick Nurse. We'll check our text line at 610-632-0975.
And you're saying we're going to feel a little better about him.
About him. Because he did not sugarcoat things yesterday. He brought up injuries. We talked to him for about 12 minutes. He brought up injuries one time. Like how many times?
That's very good. No, that's good.
He brought it up
that's
one
great.
time. And other than that, he's held this team accountable. So you'll hear some clips from Nick Nurse. And then obviously we'll get back to our Eagles discussion as well. Don't forget, it's a Football Friday. Andrew DeCecco will be joining us coming up at 8:25 this morning. Can't wait to talk to him about the combine that's going on, Johnny. And later this hour, an update on Schultz v. Rappaport. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli, Bill Colarulo, and Ray Dunn. They have a lot to say about Philadelphia sports. The big stories.
get back to our Eagles discussion, I told you we were going to play some clips from Nick Nurse, who joined Bill Colarulo and I from the Sixers Gala last
You had a good time last night?
Yeah, it was a good time. Great. Look, they're first class, and I know that nobody wants to hear that because they're losing, and they haven't gotten out of the second round since 2001.
Okay.
But they are a first-class organization, and you know how I feel about Josh Harris. As long as he keeps cutting the checks, I got no problem. They still try to win. It's just the decisions have not been good.
Correct.
And that's not Josh Harris's fault. It's Daryl Morey's fault. And before that, interim GM Brett Brown's fault. And
did you see Daryl last
Elton
night?
Brand, I did see Daryl last night.
Did Daryl sit down with you guys?
No, we did do a fist pound, then he played Papa Shot. Good form.
How's the shot? Yeah, it's looking good.
Papa Shot, good form. Because, you're not actually taking a jump shot.
No, you're doing the Papa Shot
But he
form.
had a good Papa Shot form. Like, he at one point made like 7 or 8 in a row, and it wasn't a close Papa Shot. Like, it was a further one. So I give Daryl Morey some
Could
credit.
we go player GM? Maybe up the draft position there?
He took the blue coat off for it, too.
You know what you don't do? You don't play Dan Patrick in Papa Shot.
Oh, really? Is he, like,
Well, Dan
nice?
Patrick was a college basketball player, too.
Yeah, but
Dan Patrick I saw Dan Patrick insanely multiple times playing Papa Shot.
That's good work.
It was insane. Like, he's one of those people, though, that just gets in the rhythm.
Yeah.
That he can just pick it up and throw it and
That's impressive.
knows exactly where to hit it. It's unbelievable.
That's impressive.
I'll take him to the woodshed. Let's
I'm
go.
sure.
So Nick Nurse joined us yesterday, and look, here again, it was about Sixers Youth Gala, raising money for the youth. The Nick Nurse Foundation is to raise money for youth through basketball,
Right.
through sports. So it was a foundation. Last night was very special to Nick Nurse because he himself has his own youth foundation. But then obviously we have to talk about the team. And so here was Nick Nurse yesterday talking about the difficulties of this season.
It's been really, really difficult, as you guys have witnessed. There's been some low moments that continue to be, that kind of linger. And listen, there's some times where I keep preaching the same message. We gotta get to work every day. We gotta be pros. We gotta do our job, and we gotta compete. There's been some times where we haven't handled that very well, right? And the times that, not a ton, but there's been a couple of them that have been pretty bad. When the noise gets super extra loud, we haven't been able to kind of quiet it out onto the floor and go just do our jobs. But that's the message. Got to play better.
What do you decipher? Because you looked him in the eye as he's saying that.
Yeah.
When he's talking about the noise, explain to me what you thought it was you were getting.
I think he's straight up saying there are guys that are being impacted by the Embiid stuff, and this team should tank, and this team's 18 games under 500. I mean, you just mentioned it. How many veterans came here to play with Embiid? How many veterans came here thinking, hey, this team could legitimately contest with Boston in the Eastern Conference, and if they can beat the Celtics, we can go to the finals.
If they were all healthy.
Right.
There was every reason to believe that they could have been in that mix.
And so once everybody's no longer healthy, trade talks, right? Caleb Martin gets moved, and everybody's probably looking around like, am I the next one to get traded in the middle of the season? So I think he straight up said guys aren't handling the noise well. I mean, he straight up said, I mean, you heard him say it.
It is interesting because I think there's a lot of different ways that people would think you could take that.
I said, I took it just...
Is it, like, I'm wondering, is it personal noise, too? Like, that they're feeling heat and they're feeling pressure because they're not doing enough as a team.
Well, you saw how frustrated Maxey got the other day when they didn't ask him, like, what do you think about tanking? But, like, he brought it up himself. Like, I don't like that people are talking about tanking. I'm a competitor.
Well, he's hyper competitive.
Right. So I imagine that has affected his brain a little bit.
I'm sure because I would imagine it's really hard to tell Tyrese Maxey to dial it back.
Right. Look, he's playing with his hands wrapped up. He's injured.
Tyrese is, like I said the other day to you guys, I'm like, Tyrese should not have been playing in that game the other night.
No, there's no.
I thought he was hurting them in the game the other night.
It's not necessary.
But he really does want to play.
The team is going to have to eventually realize that it's not necessary, and I have an Embiid update for you that I'll give you momentarily to that point. But here was Nick Nurse some more. I straight up asked him, I was like, look, I know that players are going to be out but there's sometimes where you won't know till the last minute. Remember, there was a show a couple weeks ago. It was well before the All-Star break, where there was the report that Embiid was expected to play this upcoming weekend. He ended up missing like 6 more games.
Correct.
And Nick Nurse I think he said he'll be back, we think, this weekend.
He did.
And then he missed 6 more games.
Right.
So you're trying to come up with rotations when Embiid is off the court in a game that he's playing in, and that's difficult to do. How many times have we seen the stat where it's like, with Embiid on the court, the Sixers are a plus 30. With him off the court, they're minus 45. Now imagine having to do that every single night. Here is Nick Nurse talking about the difficulties of coaching with all these game time decisions.
It certainly doesn't help your preparation, right? But I also think it's the reality of kind of the times we're in. There's a lot of things that go up to game time decision, right? So you do have to be able, again, like, put all that stuff aside and still be able to handle it. And again, I keep using the word professionalism, like, you know, it is what it is. That's what it is right now. We got whatever time it is, whether it's 30 minutes, 50 minutes, or 10 minutes to get ready and get prepared and make the changes and try to figure out what the rotations will look like. That's what we got to do.
And look, he doesn't sugarcoat it. Like, he's like, yeah,
no,
look,
he does not at all.
This sucks, but we got to find a way to win. And that's why I respect him. Like, he brought up injuries once in 12 minutes.
To me, that's a great sign of respect.
Yeah.
That's something to respect. And I want to love what I've seen out of Nick Nurse. I guess I wanted more when the chips are down.
Well, yeah, and like last year in the playoffs, not being able to find a way to box out Josh Hart.
It was not a good.
That's on the coach.
Yeah,
that's on the coach. I'll give you an update on Joel Embiid coming up next. That should once again just be the signal to just shut it down. Even though it's hard to tell people that, like Tyrese Maxey, this update from Jake Fisher yesterday tells you right now. Again, I mean, I don't think we have to talk too much about shutting down Joel Embiid. I think everybody agrees. But this should be the message to the team. Also, coming up next, you sent an interesting text last night about the upcoming off seasons for the Sixers and Flyers and the importance of them. Also, the importance of this Eagles off season if they want to continue winning. We'll discuss that next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Nurse Talk struggles. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers will take on the Warriors tomorrow night at the Wells Fargo Center, and it looks like it's going to be another tough one. The Warriors, a great game last night with Steph Curry going nuclear. They're going to come to the Wells Fargo Center to face the struggling Sixers, and Nick Nurse spoke from the Sixers Youth Gala about the struggles of the season so far.
It's been really, really difficult. There's been some times where we haven't handled that very well, but that's the message. Got to play better. Got to continue to hope.
And hope is kind of what they've got at this point. We'll see what the Sixers have left in the tank with 24 games left in the season. The NFL Combine continues through Sunday as teams around the NFL evaluate draft-eligible players from the college ranks. The Eagles hold the number 32 overall pick. We'll keep you updated with news from Indianapolis. The Flyers fell to the Penguins last night 5-4 in overtime. Matvei Michkov did have 2 goals in the game. They'll play the Jets tomorrow night in Winnipeg. This update's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. Bet365. Download the app today. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Andrew DeCecco.
Howie Roseman pinpointed Zach Vaughn as a player that they want.
I just saw this during the commercial break. He's getting the key to the city of Tampa.
Oh, here it comes.
What?
Yeah, hey, get it out of the way.
Really?
It's a cool moment, man.
I thought it was a 17 parlay.
Come on. That's
Wait a minute,
awesome. It's Friday.
Why a key? Why would Isaiah Rodgers be getting the key to the city of Tampa?
He's from Tampa.
Okay.
Super Bowl champion.
Really? I would think there have been like tons of Super Bowl champions from Tampa.
There's multiple keys to the city.
Yeah, like Marcus Mars.
Wait.
Remember Marcus Mars got one from this from the
Don't
city
you have to
last
change
year.
the lock every time you give out a key, Connor? Like, seriously? If all these people have keys,
You want this one, Salciunas?
I mean, come on now. That's great. That's surprising to me. My brother spent, I think, 28 years in the sheriff's department.
Well, he never won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but he never got it?
That is a very Connor Thomas joke. I'll give you that one.
Doc never got.
He never
Doc
won.
never got a key.
I'm going to try to find out.
He has a smart TV now, though, my brother.
That's great work by him.
Yeah, guess what? It's like, I can only imagine how
I'm
hard
going to try
it
to
is.
find out if there's any other keys that have been administered in the city.
Like,
of
I'm like
Tampa.
wondering, what did he do to get a key to the city? Just be a champion?
Yes.
Yeah, man, you win the
Okay,
Super
wait a
Bowl.
minute,
That's a
wait,
big deal.
You went so every guy you're saying to me, like all the guys in the Eagles, they're all gonna like think of the major cities. It's a major city.
Buddy, Cooper DeJean's the mayor of
Wait
his
a minute.
hometown now.
Cooper DeJean, I thought it was
Yeah, that's right.
I thought it was so hilarious that Cooper DeJean during the parade, as is not his hometown does not have a stoplight.
That's wild.
Only stop
That
signs.
is-
Only stop signs and not 1,000 residents.
I know, which is insane.
I mean, it's now it looks idyllic, like it looks beautiful.
Yeah.
But to me, it's my worst nightmare, being so far from civilization.
I'd be totally fine with it.
Yeah, that sounds great to
my
me.
wife would love it.
I would
You'd
be-
love. I
I'd be
knew
totally-
you'd love it.
I'd be totally fine with it.
I couldn't stand it.
Get in the pickup truck, play you some Luke Bryan.
I would love to one day have like a standalone home, like away from
And just be
people.
away from
Yeah,
people?
Christy, it freaks Christy out, so that will
does,
probably
yeah.
never happen.
It does.
Because she thinks those houses could be targeted more.
That's what I would. That's what I would think.
Yeah,
By the
you're
way-
a manifesto away from the Unabomber when you retire. You're just going to be off in the woods
Hell
somewhere.
yeah, man! You won't be able to find me. This will now be the third key to the city of Tampa.
Only the third?
One legit, one fake. Because Taylor Swift got one just for performing there. So that's a fake one.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like there are a lot of Super Bowl champs that like played for the Buccaneers. Did they all get one?
Yeah, but
Guys who played for the Bucks.
But he's from Tampa, so
I
that's why he's
understand.
getting.
I
So
just am shocked.
the other key to the city, John Gruden, not from Tampa, but obviously the head coach of the Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and
who was going right back into the Ring of Honor.
Ring of Honor.
Did they make him return the key when he was having his problems?
Good question.
See, I'm worried about these keys, Connor.
But Isaiah Rodgers, I think that's awesome. Super Bowl champion Isaiah Rodgers. When I go to Clearwater, I'm flying into Tampa, so I will be flying into Isaiah Rodgers' city, man.
I'm just fascinated. Like I'm trying to think of all the Eagles players and all the cities that they're from. Like, will they all get keys to the city of where they're from?
No, not everybody. Not everybody.
That's incredible to me.
All right, so a quick Embiid update before we talk about the upcoming off seasons for obviously the Eagles that are in it right now, and then the Sixers, which will have a big one, and the Flyers, which will have a big one. This is another reason why the Sixers should just shut it down with Joel Embiid. Like, I don't understand why there's still talks about him playing. There was another report just 2 days ago that he's going to, Shams reported it 2 days ago, that he's going to start doing the daily injections like Paul George is doing. Dude, like, stop. Like, I'm sorry. Like, this team is 20-38. They're not even in the play-in tournament right now. And there's this narrative that, well, I mean, if they just get in, like, no, there's not if they just get in. Like, I don't think they're going to beat the Celtics or the Cavs in the first round in a 7-game series. But here's another reason why it should just be shut down. This is from Jake Fisher. Quote, according to those with knowledge of the situation, Embiid is still hoping for some sort of cure-all procedure that would allow him to return to his MVP form. Heading into this week, however, neither the Sixers' own medical staff nor any of the external doctors consulted throughout this saga have been able to pinpoint a clear-cut pathway to steering Embiid in his desired direction. Like, they can't even figure out what to do with him. So why would you even keep on thinking of options to get him back onto the court? If anything, think of, I know the cure-all would not be this year. The cure-all would be for next year or years moving forward, if you can even get back to that. They got to just shut it down. Just announce it. I'm tired of waiting for it. I just want the announcement to be made.
Yeah, what is he, Ponce de Joel? Like, trying to find the fountain of youth? There is no cure-all for right now. So, like, what are we doing?
There is none. And it's I'm just telling you, it's so disappointing that this wasn't pursued last year.
Yeah.
Last offseason.
I know.
It's so disappointing. And for all the guys who came here to play with him, it's even more disappointing that they came here to be a part of it, and they all get screwed. You know who I'm thinking of getting screwed? The ticket salespeople for next year are getting screwed. The people who have jobs their job is to fill that building, they're getting screwed. It's just the whole thing's been a terrible mess.
Yeah, we've just gotten to a point, though. Like, when you talk about the procedure being breaking a bone in your hip.
Yeah, to realign
No, it's terrible.
Like, if that had been, let's just say he doesn't play in the Olympics and they try stuff in the offseason, they decide on this procedure before the season. That doesn't sound like a quick turnaround. So it's just like this whole situation with his health is impossible to manage right now.
Right. By the way, real quick, keys to the city of Philadelphia that have been.
Yeah, who's got a
Marquise
key?
Morris has one.
Marcus.
Marcus Morris has one.
Marcus Morris just last year. In 93, the year of my birth, The Who got it.
Wait.
I don't know why.
Are you telling me Marcus Morris got a key to the city and it's been all the way since The Who?
No. There's one in between. This is going to drive
This is driving me
This is going to drive
God.
him nuts.
You know what this is going to do?
This is
going to make me
drive
go
him
down
nuts.
rabbit hole. What the hell do you have to do to get a key
let me
to the
track
city?
this down. Give me one hint.
No.
We've mentioned his name a lot this year. Gilly.
Oh, Gilly's got the key.
Gilly got a key
Hell
to the
yeah,
city
Gilly.
in 2022.
He deserves it, man. Like, I'm not even kidding. He
What?
deserves it.
Stop.
He does a lot of stuff for
He does
communities
do- he
around
does.
Philadelphia.
He
He does do a lot of stuff. But the thing is, it's honestly, this is unbelievable.
So The Who,
Now the kid,
Gilly, and Marcus Morris.
seriously?
I love it. All right. You sent an interesting text last night about the importance of the off seasons for the Sixers and Flyers. I do want to expand
You now
this
have derailed
conversation
me.
with the Eagles as well. Good. Look, it's getaway day for you. I need you to
Terrible.
step up.
It's terrible.
I know that we're going to keep the Eagles in this conversation as well, but tell us about your belief of the importance of the Flyers and Sixers off seasons.
Well, I mean, look, it's right now as we're looking ahead to it.
Yeah, because the Flyers, look, they've been playing fine. They lost last night in overtime, and we know the Sixers are done.
Yeah, the Sixers are done. And it's all over. We go into this offseason for both of these teams right now. And if you were to be honest with you, you're talking about the most important, I think it's the most important offseason in Flyers history.
History.
Yes, because they've been relatively irrelevant for this century.
Yeah.
Relatively. They've won 2010.
2010, yep.
Is really it. It's been a long time.
Early 2000s were a lot of fun. It's just
they were
never,
fun,
they
just
never
never.
got
But
to
if
the
you
cup or
just
won.
go as that, it's been a while. Even if you just go say last 15 years.
Let's go
have not
recent
been good.
history.
Okay, go 15 years. It's been really bad.
It's
for
been
the Flyers.
horrible, yeah.
And really, it's dropped off. They are staring at, with potentially one or two more high draft picks coming in before this draft. They are looking at the team that could potentially, and I got this from NHL.com, be in the most draft capital ever in the first two rounds of an NHL draft. Ever. This means your rebuild, it's the biggest offseason ever. This is the biggest time ever. Do you take the current draft pick? Do you trade up or otherwise?
What was the trade deadline is what, March 7th?
The trade deadline is March 7th. I'll be somewhere. And I'll be thinking of you as the trades come in.
Yes.
But I do believe they will add another first-round pick.
Right, with
somewhere.
one of these vets
Somewhere.
that they can move on, yeah.
And they'll move on. This team will have arguably, it's going to be the most draft capital, first and second round ever.
Okay.
So in other words, you can't miss. This summer's it.
Wow, that's actually a fascinating
Like
conversation.
you can't miss. This has
is
to be
the turning point,
This
right?
has to be the Howie Roseman draft.
Now, what about the
This
Sixers?
has got to be the six. This could be the worst offseason in franchise history.
Well, is this
Because if Joel Embiid doesn't, the only way this even gets somewhat bearable is if Joel Embiid retires. Because remember, you have to go an entire year before you can take somebody off. So if Joel Embiid says, I'm done September 1st, it's not till September 1st, a year later, that you get any cap relief.
right?
And to void anything if he's got, he would have to step away. If he decides to chase every medical procedure in the world to try to play again, remember, the clock always goes another full season where you won't get relief from his cap hit.
Yeah, the tough thing with that is the retirement is not the best option for the Sixers.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Because you get nothing back. You get the cap relief, but here are some of the big-time free agents this year.
Okay.
LeBron James, not coming here.
Yeah.
Sorry, Andrew. Fred VanVleet, no, doesn't do anything for you. Kyrie Irving, maybe, but he's getting up there.
Yeah, it's no.
James Harden, never coming back. Called your president of basketball operations a liar. The next biggest guy is Chris Middleton. Like, you're not building a team around Chris Middleton at 35 years old.
But you have to look ahead. To me, and I disagree with you guys. I think the retirement for Joel, just voiding everything after 1 season, is better for them. Because then you'd void the entire 3-year, $195 million
you're still entering
extension.
a rebuild then, though.
No, but
what are you doing, Paul George?
But you'd have a max slot left.
Yeah.
For 3 full years, and you're not paying any of it.
Right, but if you trade him to match a max slot from another team, that opens up possibilities of, hey, it's a Hail Mary, but Kevin Durant, you don't know who else is going to become discontented by
Paul
the offseason.
George could be the guy that gets moved for Kevin Durant. Look, I'm dreaming here.
You are. We're dreaming with that. But to me, the Flyers' most critical offseason, arguably in their history, and for the Sixers, it's all controlled by one man. And every time he chases a new procedure, the clock goes another season for the Sixers.
I'll say this. I think this is so you say it's the most important offseason for the Flyers
ever.
Because
it's not close.
It gets them out of the rebuild. This is the make or break for the Sixers.
This has to be the Howie draft.
Yeah, for the Flyers.
For Danny Briere and Keith Jones.
But for the Sixers, if you can salvage something, all right, you still have a chance. If you can't, it's done. And now we're just kind of watching the hourglass continue to lose its sand going down.
Sands through the hourglass.
Yeah, exactly. All right, coming up next, we'll check out our text line. Also, we have an update. On Schultz v. Rappaport, the beef that took place where security had to be called at the Combine.
It's so embarrassing.
I'm sure that they love that this has become a national story. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson, Ricky Vitalico, and Silvana Kelleher. The best show ever.
I do want to get a couple text messages in on today's conversation, but also Diana Rossini reporting a couple minutes ago.
Double N, Diana.
It is Combine Week, so obviously there's a bunch of news out there. They're talking to a lot of GMs and executives. The Rams are meeting with Matthew Stafford in person at their facility today. The Raiders and Giants have discussed a 2-year contract for Stafford that includes $90 to $100 million guaranteed. Diana expects a decision will be made soon. So I guess that meeting is, hey, do you want to be here? If not, here are your two options. I guess that's what it. I mean, he's the one that seeked the trade, right?
He's the one who sought it.
So,
well, they let him do that.
Right. So Raiders and Giants are his decisions.
Yes.
Now the Giants one's weird. Because
why is that weird?
If you're Matt Stafford, you're obviously money's a big part of it toward the end of your career. Both those teams stink. Both the Raiders and Giants do not have high upside right now. So not only is that number one that makes no sense, like the Rams still have a playoff roster. Number two, you've talked about Matt Stafford not liking the cold.
Oh, he does not like cold. When he was at Georgia, as a young guy interviewing him, he thought it was cold in Athens.
Yeah, so he's about to play at MetLife.
He's from a rich, swanky suburb of Dallas.
Yeah.
And he thought cold weather in Athens was bad, like late fall.
Is he going to have fun in December when it's 25, windy, because that building is windy, and his team probably stinks?
I thought he did great, though, in the cold here.
No, he did, but
he did great that day.
I'm not saying one game. This is now.
No, I got you. He doesn't prefer.
He's now living he's living in the cold.
Well, he lived in Detroit.
Yeah, it helps.
You know, he didn't enjoy that, but he was practicing indoors. He practiced indoors. He played indoors.
I don't know why he would be quick to leave L.A. He's at least got a playoff team.
I'm not sure, except the fact that he wants. You know, it might very well be Les Snead may have said, no, we're not paying you.
Could just be the guarantee.
We're not going to pay it 2 years. 2 years of like
$100 million guaranteed.
There's no way Les Snead's paying that.
All right, what do we have on the text line so far this morning, Connor, before we get to Schultz v. Rappaport?
The people are heating up on the Myles Garrett conversation here.
Oh, okay.
And Darren from Lehigh Valley will lead us off here in this segment. He says, it would be awesome to get Myles Garrett, but with him being older and not knowing how many more years he'll be impactful like he's been in his career, what do you guys think about maybe giving up the same amount of draft capital, but enough to move up in this year's draft to get Abdul Carter?
Well, you'd have to give up a ton.
Yeah, like I don't think.
First of all, I don't think any team.
A ton.
I don't think any team that has a chance to draft Abdul Carter is trading out of it.
Yeah, I just think that's a narrative that the fan base is kind of. It's not the full thing, but some people are thinking, "Hey, go get Abdul Carter." I've talked about it a little bit in the past. He could be one overall.
It's not remotely possible, in my opinion. And you've talked about this on the show before. Isn't it more expensive to trade on draft day?
It's always more. It is more expensive.
Yeah. So it would cost you more probably to go get Abdul Carter than it would for Myles Garrett.
When you're on the clock, there is a pressure that people tend to pull the trigger and pay a little more.
I mean, they're talking about this kid being a generational talent, and he's, 21?
The only thing I worry about is that foot thing.
Yeah,
they're saying it's going to be that it is going to be a problem that will never be able to be. It's not something you can heal by a surgery.
Right.
He's just going to have to deal with it for the rest of his career. That chronic stuff.
Yeah, it's scary.
I'd stay away from it.
Especially if you're trying to change your franchise's trajectory, which one of these top picks
which is why Matthew Stafford to the Giants doesn't make sense to a lot of people.
Makes sense.
Unless you were bringing in a young quarterback, because you're not going to have to trade a first-round pick to get Matthew Stafford.
Then you wanted to teach him.
Yes, and Matt Stafford be a good guy to
Yeah,
but that's why I don't have Carter in my top 31. Like mock draft, Connor's version 1.0.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait.
He's not up there.
Can't wait to read that one.
I got concerns.
All right, so 2 days ago, yesterday we told you the story, but 2 days ago, Jordan Schultz, is he with Bleacher Report still?
He's with somebody.
He's with somebody. He's bouncing around a little. Fox. He's with Fox. Sorry.
Is he?
Yes.
Okay.
Jordan Schultz is with Fox, and Ian Rappaport is with the NFL Network. And Jordan Schultz had the report that Stafford and Tom Brady were together in Montana.
Which, by the way, I do believe is a real report.
And he made
But they were not together.
Well, Ian Rappaport also said that they were together, but this was coincidence, whereas Jordan Schultz is saying this was not a coincidence. He actually put up a follow-up tweet when the beef went viral, saying, if you really think Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford just happened to run into each other at a ski resort in Montana, of all places, at the exact same time, I've got a bridge to sell you.
Okay, here's one thing, though, on that story. The Staffords have stayed there 3 times before.
That's Tommy.
Okay, so they're staying there. I don't know about Tom, but this is a place the Staffords go.
I'm just wondering.
They're trying to make this, they're trying to nail Brady on it. First of all, there's no way to prove. Yeah, I went to a ski resort. They didn't stay together.
No,
they didn't get a house together.
They didn't bunk up?
No.
Stepbrother style?
They're not trying to save money.
So Ian Rappaport then refuted that, and Jordan Schultz went up to Ian Rappaport the other day saying, we need to talk. Ian Rappaport responds with, no, we don't need to talk. And then Jordan Schultz drops a couple of F-bombs to the point where security, NFL security, not just like the hotel security, NFL security had to intervene because little man Rappaport, I believe he's 5'5", they said on the they did the
I don't
Jordan.
think he's not 5'5". He's small.
They did the like if you're about to watch a boxing match
Tail
and they
the
have
tape.
the
Right.
yeah, exactly. So yesterday, the Pat McAfee show,
Who, by the way, has their own issues this morning.
Yes, they do.
Haley's going to have to
Yeah.
kick in a few
I wonder if
extra
she's still
bucks.
proud of him.
Yeah.
Pat McAfee show had Ian Rappaport on, and they kind of asked him about it. He did not refute the story, and the end of it is a very damning moment. Take a listen.
So last night when it all broke, everyone in the world texted me wanting to know details, and it was all out there. Florio basically wrote the whole thing, so there's not much to add.
Wow.
And then I woke up this morning, and everyone in the world has texted me.
Yeah. Well, we all are happy that you're both okay. We'd like to let that be known. Yeah. With that being said, what is next? Are you guys going to shake hands before you get out of town, or what do we think?
I mean,
That's what he wants to see him anymore. Hard pass on the handshake.
my role in this,
He's going to the coffee bean and tea leaf from now on.
Yeah, absolutely. Not another penny.
There's actually a lot of great coffee brands at Dunkin'.
And in case people don't know, Jordan Schultz's father is the creator of Starbucks.
Howard Schultz.
So that's why he's doing the Dunkin' thing there.
Worth $5 to $6 billion, I believe.
But they straight up asked
That's
him, is there a handshake on the way out? He did not. He was like, there must be beef that started before this between the two of them.
There could very well be. The one thing is, did you see Shaq and Barkley? You were at the event.
No, I saw it last night.
Shaq and Barkley couldn't keep themselves.
Yeah, they
from
thought
laughing.
it was hilarious.
They love that. That was funny.
It's amazing media beef, man.
That's
It's great.
crazy
It's
because,
entertaining.
well, the one thing that Ian Rappaport did by getting NFL security involved,
Yeah, it's weak.
he could have Jordan Schultz banned from any NFL facility
Oh,
and
that'd be
anything like
messed
that.
up.
Bit of a dark move there.
This whole thing is a bit of a look.
I said to John and Connor this morning, the two biggest stories from the Combine are Rappaport versus Schultz and the tush push.
Yes.
Think about that. Isn't that amazing?
I want Gio the podcaster to get them both on.
Yeah, he should do that.
Gio should be able to get them both for a sit down, and Gio would bring kindness to the situation.
All right, coming up next, we reset the show. Don't forget today's headlines with Connor Thomas around 8:15. Andrew DeCecco joins us at 8:25. All here on Kincade Salciunas on this Championship Friday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
An update from the Combine. I'm Connor Thomas, and the NFL Combine continues through Sunday as teams around the NFL evaluate draft-eligible players from the college ranks. Yes, there's more going on than just reporter beef. The Eagles hold the number 32 overall pick. We'll keep you updated with news from Indianapolis, and we'll talk to Andrew DeCecco coming up at 8:25 for what he's seen out there in Indy. The Flyers fell to the Penguins last night 5-4 in overtime. Matvei Michkov did have 2 goals in the game. They'll play the Jets tomorrow night up in Winnipeg, and the Sixers take on the Warriors tomorrow at the Wells Fargo Center. Nick Nurse spoke from the Sixers Youth Gala last night about the struggles of the season.
It's been really, really difficult. There's been some times where we haven't handled that very well, but that's the message. Got to play better. Got to continue to hope.
And hope only takes you so far. We'll see what the Sixers have left in the tank with 24 games left in their regular season. This update's brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO and get an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
97.5 The Fanatic on this Football Friday. Getaway day for Johnny the K, who will be on vacation next week. I hope you enjoy yourself, brother.
I am so looking forward to it. That's good. Very much like you, though, I do the big disconnect. I love I can disconnect.
I have no problem with, phone gone. See,
I leave the phone in the room on the nightstand. And now Liv leaves for her senior year of college spring break trip.
Oh, that's big.
She flies out to Paris tonight.
Oh, wow.
So she's flying to Paris. She'll be in Paris.
The Kincade family.
No. She's going with two of her friends, two of her classmates, and staying with two FBI agents.
Oh, that must be nice.
Wait, Paris, Kentucky, or?
No, this is the real, and not Paris, Texas.
Texas.
Campbell.
I've been in Paris, Texas.
Was that right?
Yes, I've seen Paris, Texas. Nice. It's a great little town.
That'll be a fun trip.
Great little town. I will prefer where I'm at over being in Paris.
Yeah, well, you're going to have fun.
Much better. I'm going to do nothing.
Very relaxing.
Yeah, it's very relaxing and doing nothing. And 7 new drinks.
7 new drinks. A different
every
drink
day, different drink. I smell social content.
You better be doing it, man. We got to get to that goal.
Yes.
John Kincade drunk tweets from Jamaica are going to hit different.
I won't be tweeting.
Yeah. No, you're going to tweet one time. I know.
No, you won't. No, you can go back on my vacation.
Really?
Yeah. I usually give one, see you in a week.
Okay.
And then a week later, pick up tweeting again.
He might do Instagram, but none of us follow him.
No, I don't.
So
and I hate exactly.
No, I follow him now.
Exactly.
Just took some time.
And I don't like Instagram that much, so it's good, except for the great stuff that Haley creates.
All right, so here's what we've been talking about today. The Eagles, obviously, we just talked about the importance of the off seasons for the Sixers and Flyers upcoming. The Eagles have an important off season if they want to continue being championship contenders, which, look, they are right now. Even before they sign anybody else, they're still championship contenders because of the pedigree of this football team. Obviously, the offense is pretty much going to be exactly the same. Maybe right guard will be different and the fourth wide receiver and the backup running back. But for the most part, your head horses or your lead horses are still the same guys on offense. Defense, obviously, they have quite a bit of work to do because you have to figure out Zach Bond's contract. You have to figure out who you're going to replace Milton Williams with. And I saw a tweet earlier this morning from Michael, who was almost making the point to not get Myles Garrett because anybody can probably play well in this system. So here was the tweet from Michael. Even if Williams and Sweat leave, the Eagles' defense will be more amazing. I'm not so sure Sweat and Williams weren't products of Fangio's system. Sweat in past seasons was a no-show at the end of those seasons. Williams was a good backup until this year, both under Fangio year one. I don't want to just go into the mindset of Vic Fangio will make anybody work. I'm not going to
give that benefit of the doubt.
Right. Milton Williams was a good player before this year. He obviously uplifted his game this year. Was some of it Vic Fangio? I'm sure. You know what else was some of it? Contract year.
Yes, exactly. Contract years always are something to me, especially in baseball.
Yeah.
That, concern me.
And the other thing, Jordan Davis, who is still here, they found a role for him, playing 35, 40% of the snaps. Milton Williams is not just a backup, right? To Michael's tweet, he's a backup. Well, he's not necessarily a backup when Jordan Davis, who's a starter, listed as a starter, is only playing 40% of the snaps. Milton Williams had a major role with the team this year.
Huge year.
More so than just a backup. It's like this starting five in NBA. Yeah, you might have a starting five, but there's a guy off the bench that's playing 25, 30 minutes. That's kind of who Milton Williams was this year. Jordan Davis may have been the starter, but Milton Williams was the guy that ended up playing more snaps most of the time.
6th man of the year.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the truth.
So you're going to have to find a way to replace a lot of these guys. Now, can you continue to do it as well as you've been doing it through the draft? Let's play that Howie Roseman clip again for you guys this morning. Howie, earlier this week at the Combine, was talking about the vision that this team has.
I think you're always trying to find competitive advantages, and that's something that, we're always looking for. I think that you also have to look at the strengths of the class in free agency and the draft and see what the opportunities really are. You can't just make up opportunities even if you want to be creative. And I think just to be consistent, we have a vision of how the team's going to look, what's really important for us to continue playing at a high level. I think it's my job every year to make sure that we have that as a starting point, as a base when we start the offseason. And after that, it allows you to get creative. If you don't really have pillars of your football team, if you don't have those, it doesn't matter how creative you are. it's going to be hard to win.
And look, we know what the vision is. It's building through the trenches. But recently, the vision has been through the draft.
I think it's also building through the draft.
That's what look, you just go through their draft history.
I think it's
the last 4 years.
I think they finally have got this process corrected. And it gives them the opportunity to say, we're never going to worry about what we're paying Hurts. We lock down our 2 wide receivers. We're not going to have to worry at all about paying Jalen Carter. We're not going to have to worry about paying whoever else we have to pay down the line as long as we draft well. That's why I am absolutely out on saying, well, we need to go and get an impactful big name player. Some people do though.
Yeah, I don't think need. I would very much prefer having Myles Garrett on this team than not.
They want it. It'd be great, but not at the expense of the long-term plan that has fallen into place, and they finally got stabilized that Howie was never able to stabilize before.
Yeah.
So Howie never had, I'm going to argue with you, Howie never had 3 really good drafts in a row, let alone 4.
4 now. Yeah.
He now is on 4. He'd never had 3.
He's on a heater. Now, tell me if I'm alone here in this feeling. Because
nobody's in there with you.
Yeah, well, in the mental space that I'm in. So I am wanting the Eagles to play for now. That's part of the reason that I'm in on the Myles Garrett thing. But another thing, too, is I kind of get this feeling. It's a vibe thing. But, Johnny, you're a cards player, right?
Okay.
Do you ever sit at the blackjack table and you win like 5 hands in a row? And you're like, I'm on a heater right now, and I kind of want to get out before I find out if this heater's over. Like
I do it all the time.
I wonder if we're at that point with Howie.
I will walk away. I will absolutely walk away from a table in the midst of a great run.
Because he's not going to bat 900 forever. Like, there will be a stinker pick or a stinker draft. And that's not like trade all the picks to avoid it. But I wonder.
If you think that's happening, though, Connor, here's what I'd say to you. If you think that's happening, then the last thing you want him to do is have him have less opportunities in the draft, less shots. Because if you think that some bad picks are coming, you want him to have more picks so it doesn't damage his.
It's a very fair point.
Now I have a question for you, John.
But I do walk away. I walk away all the time. And if I'm on a heater, I absolutely will say, this is really, really great. I'm good. I'll walk away. Try again.
I wonder if I can open your eyes to something.
You can.
As you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPN, WPN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group Station. That's a tease, baby. Broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. This team right now, we just talked about how majority of the starters on offense are coming back.
Correct, yeah.
And let's face it, like I know you're still hesitant about Will Shipley being given the keys as the number 2 back, but I'm
not ready for that, even though I feel better after hearing DeCecco talk.
Right, who will be joining us coming up at 8:25. But they have the replacement to Kenneth Gainwell. They have the replacement to Mekhi Becton if he does indeed leave with Tyler Steen at right guard. Defensively, Zach Bond should be priority number 1 in terms of bringing him back because, as Andrew DeCecco said it very well, there is no replacement to Zach Bond. There is a replacement to Darius Slay. It's moving DeJean out to the outside and then giving guys like Keely Ringo more snaps, right?
Right.
Right now, if we're being honest.
Why wouldn't we be honest? Let's be honest.
The Eagles are just drafting for depth at this point. So why wouldn't you go get Myles Garrett, who is he's a starter right away? So, yeah.
I don't think you're drafting for... I don't agree with the premise of drafting for depth, but I absolutely understand why.
You might be drafting a future starter.
Well, you're drafting future starters that you're probably going to need? Is that do you look at that premise as
Yeah, but like, again, if this is the big defensive line draft and I'm not getting somebody till 32, I might as well go after Myles Garrett.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think they're drafting in the first round. Like, I do not believe the Eagles will
trade out.
I think they will trade out.
Yeah, because they only have, 5 picks this year we've talked about?
And the thing is, if you trade that 32nd pick, which, by the way, Lamar Jackson is a Raven because of the Eagles.
Right.
Because of the Eagles doing just that. You just got to hope that 31 and 30 in them don't trade out in front of you.
Right.
And lower your value.
But does that make you think of it a little bit different?
It does make me think of it a little bit differently. I can, absolutely.
And Connor's... I think Connor's right. The trade won't...
clip that.
The trade won't happen before the draft. This is going to be a post-draft. This is going to be summertime, training camp, if he's holding out kind of trade. So you could utilize this draft to add to the depth of this team. because that's what basically what starter are you drafting right now? You're not. You could be drafting a future starter, which is a depth piece.
But what
You get
starter
Myles
is
Garrett.
Cleveland drafting?
Anybody with their 10th or what pick do they have this year?
Well, that's the key. Is
top
that
5.
Well, that's the key is that they're going to look. This is an important draft for them too, and so they
have important drafts.
They do.
They're not rebuilding this thing in a year.
No, they're not repeating it in a year, but they may look at this draft and say, they may look at that defensive line talent and say, this defensive line draft, we want more picks this year.
Could be.
So that could be where they're saying, whoever can give us the best
here's
position
the deal. They're
this
telling
year.
you on yesterday was the 27th of February. They were telling you yesterday that hard no, we're not moving on from them. Are they going to be swayed in 2 months?
Depends on what the offer is and who gives it. It depends. I mean, look, we told a story once is we had we were going to eventually move because we were going to move closer to where Olivia was going to go to high school, 7th through 12th. We had a realtor who knew us in the neighborhood knock on our door on a Sunday afternoon and came in and said, can I talk to you for a few minutes?
Okay.
And said, I have somebody who right now wants to buy your house.
Okay.
And they're moving from Dallas, and they won't do it. We thought about doing it.
Yeah.
Said, you'd have to be out in 45 days. But they came in and said, here's your number. We're willing to do it right now. I wasn't thinking about selling the house till the end of the school year. And thanks to Keanu Neal for buying it. But, that whole that whole thing is sometimes you don't know you're ready to buy until somebody just gives you the offer and you go, wow,
I got
ready to buy. And if it hadn't happened,
but if
might not have that parade.
If this happens after the draft,
that'd be shocking to me.
You draft for depth this year, and then you get yourself a bona fide stud.
Look, if he goes and gets him, I'm going to trust that Howie has looked at every single sequence and said, yeah, I'm okay with it.
Hell yeah, man. And Howie we trust. All right, coming up next,
Sounds like blind faith to me.
No.
I've told you, I have it with Howie. Let's go, man. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas. I don't have blind faith in anybody. And, of course, you
Not
can
me
text.
for headlines?
Maybe today. We'll see. And, of course, we'll check out your text messages as well at 610-632-0975. It's Kincade and Sal. In here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up here momentarily.
You promised me they're great.
I hope so. I wonder if there's an update within this. And if not, I have it at the ready. But real quick, let's check a couple of text messages on today's topic. And also, did you see the Shefty tweet yesterday about the salary cap since it started?
And how much it's gone up?
1994 was the first year of the salary cap. How much do you think it was, Connor Thomas?
What year again?
1994.
Ooh, year we were
born.
almost 30
years ago.
By the way, screw you both.
Sorry. Blame my parents. I'd say it was $75 million.
John, you have an idea?
I think I have a good guess, but I think I may have seen something. Like 32, 33?
34 million.
Okay.
Do you know what it is this year?
I don't even know the number.
290 something?
$279 million.
It is the perfect system, though, for a sport.
Oh, yeah.
To create a competitive balance within. And the fact that baseball doesn't have one is part of the reason that baseball continues to be dopey.
Well, and that's why Jeff Passan had a great article after the Dodgers signed their 16th free agent this year about how the Dodgers could either really help baseball or really hurt baseball. However, they can only help baseball if they lose. They can hurt baseball if they win, and here's why. If they just bought everything and no other team can compete with the Dodgers, and let's say they win the World Series this year, who's going to watch next year? Right? They just won last year. Then they bought more players. And if they win again this year, next year, people are going to be like, what's the point of me watching? They have this team locked up for the next 5-6 years. If they lose, people will realize money can't buy everything. And, oh, by the way, you took down the big bad Dodgers. That's why when the dynasties are good in sports, because you want to see the dynasty lose.
Sure.
Like the Astros were good for baseball, even though they cheated in the whole scandal. It was good for baseball because they became an enemy of the land. But when the Dodgers are just buying their teams, if they win, it's going to kill the game. And you might need to start thinking about, like, luxury tax isn't doing anything. If you're a billionaire, a couple extra dollars coming out of your pocket, they don't care.
No, they're not going to give a damn. And that's why you hope that it doesn't. You hope that this ownership group is continued to spend a thing. And look, when they're the second highest payroll in baseball last year, nobody should be bitching and complaining.
By the way, here's the salary cap in the NFL over the last couple of years. 2021, it was $182 million.
Okay.
Then it goes up to 208 to 224 to 255 to this year's 279.
Okay, that's wild.
Just keeps on going up and up and up.
That's great. That's great.
Howie is loving it.
And the players in the NFL, again, that's collectively bargained.
Yep.
And the players in the NFL, though, refuse to. They will complain about that it's an unfair system. The NFL, the contracts don't matter. They could at any time say, we're going for guaranteed contracts.
Yeah.
But then the owners will say, okay, we'll give you 2-year deals.
Right, exactly. You're not going to get much.
You can have one or the other.
Yep.
Which is a hard thing.
All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Soon to be sponsored. What do we got, Connor?
We
love that.
Sponsored. Can't wait.
Monday,
Tune in on Monday.
Yes.
They wait till John leaves. And the week you end up leaving.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
we go.
A lot of vacation post Super Bowl. But we have an update on one of our guys here on the show. We're man's men here on this program.
I saw this.
And with Braden Mann on vacation, looks like he's somewhere tropical, enjoying the offseason, the Super Bowl championship. He's got his wife snapping footballs to him to practice his holding.
Appreciate it.
While he's out there on vacation. He's putting that work in.
I think that's really good, I guess, but it's also a little nuts for me. It's a little nuts for me because
you know what it was for?
It's iWatch.
I know.
It was for the gram.
It was for the gram.
Yeah,
it absolutely is.
Let's face it was for the gram. But here's the deal. You know, everyone talks about how the backup quarterback, like that's the best spot to be. Punter's second. Because you have it's not as stressful. Like you have a bad punt, like we'll talk about it. But if you miss a field goal like Jake Elliott, like
it's much.
You get eviscerated for. You shank a punt, like all right, he'll get him next time. So Braden Mann made $2 million this year. His body is not in pain, I would imagine. Like, think about it. The first couple weeks after you win the Super Bowl, if you're an offensive lineman,
sure,
Cam Jurgens is getting freaking back surgery. Brandon Mann's partying in the Maldives or something. And I mean, he's probably having a good time with Mrs. Mann.
Yeah, good for him getting that
With
work in.
Mrs. Mann?
Mrs. Mann. I mean, he's not wrong.
I'm not
Mrs.
wrong.
Mann.
It's
Shout out
bad.
Mrs. Mann. Get that man a contract. By man last name. Let's go with this one here. I think we've gone too far with the trademarks, but I'm not sure if you saw this. Saquon Barkley is going after a new one for
Saquon Barkley.
Saquon.
I swear, Saquon Barkley is the best. Right? We survived the Giants, and now the Eagles got Saquon Barkley. Lord have mercy, man.
We survived the Giants is the part of that clip that I've never figured out. I've seen it now 100 times.
He's a Commanders fan. So
yeah,
he's
but
saying,
what do you mean they survived the Giants?
You survived the Giants having
Saquon. Now he's with the Eagles.
Okay, I get you. Yeah. That's the part I wasn't getting.
So I agree with the trademark thing. What I would hope, though, like if Saquon were to get the trademark,
it's for clothing. It's a clothing line,
right? And if he were to get, $20,000 for his first year of Saquon Barkley T-shirt sales, I hope he gives that guy some of it.
I would hope so.
He didn't come up with it. The same thing with the Quinyanamo Bay. Like, I know they're our Eagles. We love them. It's a little bit of a violation when you're not the guy that created it
to steal it.
And I get it. It's based off of your name. I understand that. So that's why they have the right for it. But like, he didn't create Quinyanamo Bay.
No, he did not.
Saquon didn't create Saquon. And so if you are to get money off of it, I hope that you give it to the person that originally created it.
Yeah, cut a stack for the guy. I got no issue with that.
No, I think, and I don't know, from everything we've learned about Saquon Barkley, I think that very well that could happen.
Oh, he would be the person to do it. Yeah,
that could work.
Absolutely. What else?
You know what time it is? It's a new segment in today's headlines.
We kept the pick yesterday, right?
We did. We went 8 first day, 7 second day, and yesterday we got 6th in the lottery simulation on Tankathon for the Sixers. Let's see what we get today. And the simulation says the Sixers go to 7th. They lose their pick.
Jeez.
You're not good at this.
What do you mean I'm not good at this? It's a simulation of the lottery. I don't control this.
Yeah, but I don't think you're doing. I don't think you're doing well.
Yeah, you're doing
something. You're doing poorly, and I want you nowhere near East Rutherford, New Jersey.
Yeah, seriously, stay
or
away.
wherever they do it.
Sixers. If you want me there on lottery night,
no, you do not want them there.
Represent the team. I will do it.
Don't want them there.
By the way, we got Andrew DeCecco next. 2 updates on stories that we have talked about in the past on this show. Joy Taylor has had an absence over at Fox. She's been off the air. Fox has declined to comment.
Has anyone missed her?
Maybe.
Sure,
honestly,
sure some people in the office have. Well, what? They like her presence.
Oh, look, the break music.
Also, the dad remember the kid that got the Wemby jersey? Remember that Wemby Anyama took a picture of the little kid?
The dad tried to pull it off.
No, the dad sold it.
Yeah.
It's signed on, like, this
what a jerk.
He's got buyer or seller's remorse now. He's trying to get it back.
Well, no, BS.
Yeah, exactly.
BS.
He is admitting that he has seller's remorse because he took away one of the coolest things for his kid.
That's terrible.
To make some.
And now, what is he trying to get Wemby to give him something else?
Probably, so he can sell it again.
Well, that's ridiculous. No,
he's trying to get the jersey back. But he would have to give back the $80,000 that he got for it.
Nah. You're giving 160. Price just went up.
Yeah, you're right.
Connie, you're absolutely right.
You're right.
Yesterday's price ain't today's price.
Especially with Wemby's injury. Who knows?
You're right.
Messed up. I can't believe he did that to the kid.
What a jerk.
I'd say it's a jerk move by the dad. All right, coming up next, Andrew DeCecco joins us. This is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Flyers come up short in OT. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Flyers came up a goal short to the Penguins last night, 5-4 in the extra period. Matvei Michkov did have 2 goals in the game. They're now going to head up to Winnipeg, take on the Jets tomorrow night. The Sixers are home taking on the Warriors tomorrow. Nick Nurse spoke from the Sixers Youth Gala yesterday about the struggles of the season so far, and it has absolutely been a struggle for your Philadelphia 76ers with the way their season has been going. Here's what Nick Nurse had to say.
It's been really, really difficult. There's been some times where we haven't handled that very well, but that's the message. Got to play better. Got to continue to hold.
Well, hope is about all the Sixers have left at this point. We'll see what they have left in the tank with the 24 games left in the season. The NFL Combine continues through Sunday as teams around the NFL evaluate draft-eligible players from the college ranks. Eagles hold the number 32 overall pick in the draft. We'll keep you updated with news from Indianapolis. And coming up next, Andrew DeCecco will join us to do just that. This update is brought to you by Indeed.com. Stop struggling to get your job post seen on other job sites. Indeed's sponsored jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
I just looked up the keys to the city of Atlanta, Georgia.
Is John Kincade on the list?
They don't have a single key given out.
Give one.
So John could be the first.
Could be.
I don't think they're going to be welcoming me back to do that. I don't think they're welcoming me back. to be able to do that, even though they should. They should.
They should.
I may be friends with their new governor. Their new buddy of mine is running for governor.
All right.
In the next governor's race.
So then maybe you could get the key to the city.
No, I mean, I already said I'm coming back and staying in the governor's mansion.
That's good work. You and Gilly would both have keys to cities.
Man, Gilly.
By the way,
Gilly does too. And
he does some tremendous work around here.
He does some really tremendous work.
Yeah.
I just wanted him a little further away from
your Super Bowl champion Eagles
celebrating. Yes,
they wanted
I didn't
him there.
need to see everybody at the podium and see Gilly next.
He was at the parade. Damn, he had his little 4-wheeler on. It was awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, the big hat. By the way, I looked up Jersey keys to the cities.
Well, Jersey's a state.
No, I know Atlantic's. The cities in Jersey, their keys. Atlantic City.
Okay.
Has Luke Witherspoon, who's a music producer and philanthropist. 2019.
I have no idea. A philanthropist?
In 2000, Camden County gave one to Britney Spears.
What? Why?
I don't know.
So she could find the...
She had a concert here, so maybe they just gave her... I looked up, Britney Spears had a concert in Camden in 2000.
And they gave her a key
I guess they just gave her a key to the city.
I would give Andrew DeCecco the key to 97.5 The Fanatic, but he's already got a key to the building.
Oh, my God, I'm sorry. Our phone lines are weird. I forgot that... I'm looking
Andrew
I'm looking at the screen.
Yeah, that's why I gave you the thumbs up, genius.
No, I said, are you calling him? And then I never saw you pick up the phone. Without further ado, on the Comcast Business Hotline, kind of. Every day in business is a big day. Like Comcast Business helping move forward with what's next. Our phone lines are having problems, so we're calling Andrew through the bat phone.
Well, I think he still has a home phone, one of those ones that sits on an end table.
What's up, Andrew? From Inside the Birds in 97.5 The Fanatic. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, guys? No, I don't have a home line, but to add to your conversation, guys, Isaiah Rodgers has the key to the city March 7th.
Well, that's what we were talking about. That's what started all this. We're trying to figure out who gets keys to the cities. And,
I'm floored.
And John Kincade did not get one from Atlanta. Nobody in Atlanta has gotten the key to the city.
My brother served served that city for, I think, 28 years.
Yeah, well.
I'm just shocked at this.
You got a bone to pick with them, John.
I do. I really do.
Andrew, it is.
I would have bet against it.
It is Combine Week. Oh, my God, you and this damn betting thing. It is Combine Week. I know it started yesterday. Has there been anyone that has popped off that makes sense for the Eagles? Obviously, Abdul Carter is a big name that people are going to keep an eye on, but he's going early. So who are some of the guys that you've been paying attention to from afar that the Eagles could be targeting in the first round of the NFL draft?
Jahad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama. Now, the Eagles aren't likely to take a linebacker in the first round, but that pick 32 is essentially a second-round pick, as you guys know. But, man, his ability to move fluidly in space, and I just think he has a lot of power to his game, and he's a really smart player. I love what I saw from him on tape, and then he kind of confirmed what I'd seen and then goes out there and tests the way that he did. Obviously, James Pierce, the edge rusher from Miami, he ran a 4.47, guys. He's 6'5". Our Eagles aren't likely to get him, but that might be a player that if you're Howie Roseman and you need an edge rusher, which you do, you find a way to maybe trade up and because obviously when you see a player that runs that fast, everybody automatically thinks they go in the top 10. That's not always the case. That's factored into the equation, but it's not all of a sudden that they're this blue chip prospect that nobody's going to be able to get. So he had some really enticing characteristics, moved really well, explosive. Those are the kind of players that Howie Roseman and the Eagles really like when they look at that position.
Did you know Jalix Hunt a year ago today?
Yes.
Okay, because that's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm wondering about. Is somebody going to jump onto your radar that you're going to in the next week? That is all of a sudden going to be something that we're all going to know about.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think you could see a small school player that they really take advantage of their opportunity. But for Jalix Hunt, it's not exactly like he came out of nowhere from an NFL perspective because he was invited to the scouting combine. He was also at the Senior Bowl, and he performed really well at both events. So that's a player that had the arrow trending up going into pro days and going into 30 visits and things like that. But, yeah, there's always a player or two, John, that really sticks out. I mean, thinking off the top of my head, we talk about running backs. Marcus Yarns from Delaware is a player who I think is going to run in the high 4.3s and jump a 40-inch vertical at just 5'11", 195. So that's a player that I think is going to be on a lot more people's radars by the end of the weekend.
How do you handle a draft if you're in the Philadelphia Eagles situation where you're coming off a Super Bowl title, and let's face it, you look across the board, you're bringing back the majority of your starters, and for the starters that will leave, you have guys already in place that can fill in, like Tyler Steen at right guard. So when you're going into this draft, are you looking at key areas that need depth? Are you thinking about starting spots 2-3 years from now? How do you handle this draft if you're Howie Roseman?
I think it's simply just best player available. And if that best player happens to be a corner, knowing you just took Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, I think you do that, and you worry about where they fit later on. But I just think that the Eagles and Howie Roseman, he's doubled down on his being adamant about playing younger players. So they're just going to continue to keep taking younger players at top positions, whether that be on the defensive line, at corner, two positions that they really prioritize, offensive line, of course. If they're there, they're going to take them, and I don't think that they're going to think twice about it, regardless of where they fit, where the depth lies on the roster right now. They're just going to continue to take the best player available.
You read anything into Josh Sweat and his tweet where he answered that Josh Sweat's expected to leave Philly, and he gives the really, like sort of like the really? Yeah. What do you think about that? Is there anybody that you think we're all assuming is gone that might not be gone?
That's a great question, John, because I saw that too, and it was almost like, you guys know something that I don't know. That was kind of what I took from that.
That's what I do too.
I just have a hard time envisioning the Eagles being able to spend what Josh Sweat's likely going to command on the open market. He obviously had spurts where he went radio silent. I just think that they may want a more consistent player, a younger player, and someone who doesn't have. Remember, he had a really serious knee injury in his high school years, so that kind of, it makes it a little bit questionable when you look at his long-term viability. But I don't think Josh Sweat's coming back. I just don't think that maybe he's given that consideration. But I think this is the draft here where the Eagles are going to look to add a player at that position in the first or second round. Is there a player that might come back that we're not talking about? I mean, right behind Zach Baugh, Mekhi Becton would be the first player that comes to mind for me. But he's really lobbied more or less to stay in Philadelphia. It takes two to tango, though.
How close of an eye will the Eagles have? I know they're going to be paying attention to everybody, and you mentioned best player available, but how close of an eye will they be paying attention to maybe right tackles and tight ends throughout the combine? Because at some point you're going to have to start thinking about what's next after Lane Johnson and what's next after Dallas Goedert.
Yeah, that's a great question, Andrew. So in round one, towards the end of round one, there's a player named Josh Simmons from Ohio State and Josh Connerly from Oregon, two tackles that don't necessarily have the length that you would expect from a left tackle. But I think that they can be plug-and-play guys at right tackle. Obviously, Lane Johnson still has a couple of years left. But this feels like a spot where if the player's there and they really like the player and they trust their evaluation, they're probably going to address that sooner than later. You saw what they did with Cam Jurgens. It would make a lot of sense for them to do that. And then for tight end, look, there's a few tight ends that you guys should all be circling to keep an eye on. Mason Taylor from LSU. He's one of my favorite players in this class. Gunnar Helm from Texas. That's another one to keep an eye on. And one who I actually mocked to the Eagles at 96 in my 1.0 mock draft, Terrence Ferguson from Oregon. 6'6", 255, good blocker. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Dallas Goedert.
Is it the idea of Dallas Goedert? I heard NFL Live talking about that movement of guys like of his. He was one of the guys mentioned. Maybe at best case scenario, a fourth rounder, fifth rounder. That seems high to me. With a guy with only 1 year left in his contract, if they decided to move on from Dallas.
Yeah, I think a fifth rounder might sound about right. But if you're the Eagles, I don't really know if you're in position to move off of a player like that, considering
for
that
a fifth round pick,
right,
is also in the final year of his deal. E.J. Jenkins is behind him, but beyond that, guys, they don't have really anybody there. So that's not a position that I think they can afford to move off of a proven player. Maybe you try to get him to restructure, but it wouldn't make a ton of sense from my vantage point anyway for them to try to put him on the trade block.
All right, you mentioned mock draft 1.0. How many mock drafts does Andrew DeCecco put out there before the draft?
I don't do 17. I do like 3 or 4. I try to just educate and educate the audience. I don't need to go all the way to 11 or 12 because then I think it really loses its effectiveness.
Well, you know why some people do it, Mel Kiper. It's so that they can say, I was right, about this player.
Remember I told you about it?
In mock draft 7.0, I had this player going to this team. Ignore mock drafts 1 through 6. 7.0, I had that one right.
It's ridiculous. If you keep switching it up, you're bound to get something right. And it's I told you in my 5th mock draft I had that player. No, I don't. You guys know I don't operate that way.
That's why yours mock draft is the only mock draft I will read from now until the draft.
Andrew is anti-mock draft, but not when it's by DeCecco.
No, exactly. That's the only mock draft I read. Listen, brother, I can't wait for next week. Johnny is out all next week. You're going to be with me, Thursday?
Yeah, man, I can't wait.
That sounds fun. I hope you keep the high standards of the show up.
Damn right, man. The standards might be higher.
I don't have any doubt you guys are going to kick some ass.
Keep the main thing the main thing.
Yes.
The main thing.
Damn right.
There we go.
All right, 2 football guys next Thursday. Can't wait. Andrew, I appreciate it as always, man. And I'll be hanging out with you next week. Can't wait.
Appreciate you guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, buddy.
There is Andrew DeCecco on the Comcast Business Hotline.
That's great.
It'll be a football Thursday next week, man.
Well, anytime you can talk. I just think it's funny is with Andrew DeCecco, and we mock sometimes, not mock draft. I always feel like I learned something.
Oh, yeah.
Like right now, he's like, I don't think they're in a position to move on from Goddard. I sort of get a weird feeling that they might be.
Yeah, but it's one of those, is it worth it, though? Is it worth a 5th-round pick to move on from a guy that's still when healthy?
Correct. Well,
man, we had that conversation
when healthy,
a lot here.
It's become twice a year.
It's become a problem.
Yeah, Grant State Trooper Calcaterra is going to be just fine.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, we're still trying to figure out who the hell Kevin Patullo is, right?
We are.
A former Eagles OC spoke about Kevin Patullo.
Really?
I'll read you the quotes coming up next. Also, I just saw a really cool tweet about sports almost 10 years ago.
Okay, good.
I'm going to go through it with you next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5. Championship Football Friday here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. So Combine, obviously all the players that are getting ready for the draft are there, and there's coaches and GMs from all over the NFL. And, of course, also Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport throwing fists at each other.
Well, they didn't. They threatened to.
That's right. No.
Don't end up in a Barstool situation or a or a McAfee situation.
Yeah, Pat McAfee talking about we'll leave it at that.
Well, he's going to be paying a big check.
Yeah, we haven't asked Haley yet her thoughts on spreading misinformation.
Yeah, exactly.
So Kevin Patullo, new offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles, has been with the Eagles since Nick Sirianni got here.
Yep.
And obviously Sirianni and Patullo go back to their days in Indy. Well, Shane Steichen, who was once the OC of the Philadelphia Eagles, was on the staff, obviously as the OC, where Kevin Patullo was a part of it. So he was asked about Kevin Patullo. And here were his quotes. He's very detailed in everything that he did. He was always on it. Anything I needed offensively, he had it done. I think he's got a real good feel for the game. Obviously, being around Chan Gailey a lot of his career, he was one of his mentors.
I did not know that.
And then just being around him and the way he sees it, I think he's going to have a really good feel calling the game.
Like Chan a lot. He was the coach of Georgia Tech when I was down there. That's a good guy to be mentored by.
Yeah.
But, look, I just want to see it. There's all that stuff about being detailed and everything like that. I still think it's when the clock is ticking.
I completely agree.
You have to make decisions.
Yep.
There's some people who are not fast twitch athletes.
Yeah.
And there are some people who are not fast twitch brains.
Yeah. Oh, we know that.
When they have to make a decision.
And look, Steichen's not going to say, yeah, but we'll see how he is at calling plays.
No,
he's not going to say that.
Jalen might have done that.
Jalen did do that.
Yeah, exactly.
He already did. Before they hired him, he already did it.
Correct.
But it's good to hear that there are people that think very highly of Kevin Patullo.
Yeah.
He was asked about obviously how it would transition into a game, and he said he's got to go do it, but I feel like he has a really good feel and sees the game really well. Even when I was calling it, just the conversations that we would have on the sideline, it was really good. So there you go. And that's from a first-hand account. That's not Sirianni saying every decision I make goes with Kevin Patullo. This is the former offensive coordinator of the Eagles that had 2022 was a ridiculously good year.
Had 2 years with him.
And he's straight up saying me and Kevin had conversations on the sideline as I was calling the game. So that's good.
I think it's good.
We'll see.
Look, and everybody here, we're all rooting for the same thing.
Well, yeah.
For Kevin Patullo to be the next great play caller.
Right.
And honestly, I'm looking for Kevin Patullo, and it might not be fair, to be more tantalizing to me than what I saw this year out of a guy who I built up so huge.
Hey, you built up
Kellen Moore. I was so Kellen Moore.
You built up a Super Bowl champion offensive coordinator,
I did,
Johnny.
but I honestly, the last two games of the games that I went, I expected to see that all year.
Yeah.
A lot more creativity and everything like that.
So I said I saw a cool tweet about sports.
Which is nice.
So
that's what we do on this show.
It also kind of makes me sad.
What?
So Bleacher Report just put out a tweet randomly yesterday about sports in 2016. I won't go through the Olympics and soccer as well, but some things that happened this was a big year in sports, 2016.
Okay.
That was the Warriors 3-1 collapse to LeBron, right?
They went 73-9 that year.
Okay.
LeBron and the Cavs win the NBA title. Kobe played in his final game that year where he dropped 60.
Okay.
UConn women's basketball, historic four-peat in the NCAA tournament. The Chris Jenkins Villanova game winner was in 2016. MVP Cam Newton, at the time becoming the face of the league, obviously didn't necessarily go well after that. Peyton wins a Super Bowl and retires.
Against Cam Newton.
Lamar Jackson wins the Heisman, and remember all the discourse about, is he a quarterback or is he just a wide receiver? And now we know what Lamar Jackson has become.
I'm one of the dopes that was like, is he really going to translate? Because I wasn't that impressed.
Okay.
With Louisville, so I was wrong on that one.
Cubs snapped their 108-year drought.
That's wild.
So this was all in 2016. They also mentioned Leicester wins the Premier League, which I think is not common.
Leicester.
Leicester
City.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to that stuff.
I know Chichester in Delco. I didn't know Leicester.
Their Premier League title's coming, John.
Now, the other thing.
Leicester.
And again, this makes me sad.
Right.
This was also the Aaron Gordon, Zach LaVine slam dunk contest, which was like the last good slam dunk contest where you don't need to bring a guy from the G League to participate.
You mean until LeBron told them all not to show up until they get paid?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
It makes me sad that, like, since 2016, basketball, both NBA and college, have fallen off.
In a big way.
Tremendously.
In a big way.
Now, football is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Baseball, for some, has fallen off. For me, like, I love baseball, so that's never going to fall off. But for a lot of people, baseball has fallen off.
Mike and Bill had a fascinating conversation yesterday. Did you hear it?
No.
Regarding, like, he was saying to him, you're the typical South Jersey, white kid that played hockey. Okay. So the Sixers are way far down your list. But what I think Mike's not getting is that Mike and I, it's a different reference. We have fond memories of the Sixers having an Andy Reid type run, except that ended in one title.
Yeah.
None of you guys have that.
No.
None of you guys were alive for it.
Well, look,
and the thing is,
Bill's also what? He's 5 or 6 years older than me.
Bill's like 40. Bill was born after the Sixers won their title.
Right.
So, I mean, I get it what Mike was getting to. And if Mike was talking to guys my age, his age, otherwise, I totally get his point. But the thing is, a generation of people are being raised with Sixers basketball being relatively irrelevant. As far as national consciousness, worse than the Cowboys.
Well, no.
Which
generation? Because, like, right now, if you're 15, you grew up with the Sixers being a national story.
You grew up with it, but there was a lot of people that didn't. Bill did not grow up with them being a national story.
Whereas
he had a blip on the radar with Allen Iverson.
But the thing is, he's a teenager at that point. Connor and I were, like, that was the beginning of loving sports.
Right.
That's why I love basketball so much. Because Iverson was my childhood hero.
But you've also had a product that has been subpar for a long time.
Well, yeah, no,
hasn't delivered a damn thing.
But that's not the Sixers' fault. I'm saying the league's fault. No, the league's gone down.
I got you, but as far as being a Sixers fan, that is the Sixers' fault.
No, that is the Sixers' fault.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is I'm not just a Sixers fan. I'm an NBA fan.
I got you.
And the NBA has gone down in recent years. So that tweet kind of made me sad, even though
hugely down.
It was an amazing year. All right, reset the show. Coming up next, we check your text line as well. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Football Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers trying to keep hope alive. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers, well, they're having a rough go of it right now. That may be an understatement, but they'll take on the Warriors tomorrow night at the Wells Fargo Center. And Nick Nurse spoke for the Sixers Youth Gala about the struggles of the season with our Andrew Salciunas and Bill Colarulo last night.
It's been really, really difficult. There's been some times where we haven't handled that very well, but that's the message. Got to play better. Got to continue to hope.
And that's the company line from the organization, which you'd expect them to try and continue to compete, but we'll see what the Sixers have left in the tank with 24 games left in the season, and also draft positioning, something the top of mind for a lot of fans. The NFL Combine continues through Sunday as teams around the NFL evaluate draft-eligible players from the college ranks. The Eagles hold down the number 32 overall pick because they won the Super Bowl. We'll keep you updated with news from Indianapolis. The Flyers fell to the Penguins last night 5-4 in overtime. Matvei Michkov did have 2 goals in the loss. They'll play the Jets tomorrow night in Winnipeg. This update is brought to you by Groundworks, your expert for basic waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philadelphia Sports.
Touchdown!
getaway day, dude. I'm glad I was able to make your life easier.
You have. It's been a fun day today,
Until 9:25.
It's been a beautiful day today.
Until 9:25.
You think it's going to be a tough time at that point?
Yep.
All right, I'm ready.
Because you sent a text yesterday that I was intrigued by about the process.
I'm ready for it. I'm wondering if you're going to run out like Ray Dunn did yesterday.
Well, no, because Ray Dunn and I have different beliefs.
I can't wait to hear it.
We'll get into that.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right, before we get to our text line, our question for you today is: how do you project the youth of this Eagles team, specifically on defense, right? With DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell and Jalix Hunt and Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith and Nakobe Dean, who's going to be coming off of an injury, a major injury. And do you believe these guys continue to get better and better and better? And look, that's part of being a GM, too. You have to realize, when did you maybe get the most out of someone? Do you think you can get more out of someone? Or do you think, we had the conversation just not that long ago about who might come back down to earth next season? And so Howie Roseman and the team has to sort of realize that. And so the question is, how do you address this offseason when you don't have many open spots? So are you going via depth, or are you looking for somebody that could be an improvement, which is why Myles Garrett comes up in conversation, because he's better than Nolan Smith. All right, I understand. Nolan Smith, Super Bowl champion. Yeah. There are people that are probably offended here and there. Oh, come on, we got a good thing going here. Yes, we do. There are still players that are better. And so a guy like Myles Garrett, if you ask me right now, would you trade a first and a second and Nolan Smith for Myles Garrett? Hell yeah, I'm doing that. Sorry, Nolan, I love you, but it is what it is. So this offseason, I don't know what the plan will be for Howie. It's really just depth.
Yes, unless there's a position that you feel you can do better at in the draft. There could be a guy that he feels he can get in the first round or early second round who's better than what he has.
You know, I think I have that Reed Blankenship has limitations. Like,
I know you do. You've been anti-Reed.
I'm not anti the entirety of Reed Blankenship.
No,
I don't think he is a good coverage safety.
Which part of Reed do you not like?
You have not
been coverage safety.
You have not been extremely supportive of Reed. Is that fair?
Yeah. I think there's better players than Reed Blankenship. And
of course there are.
And so
they're better players than Jordan Davis. They're better players than Nolan Smith. There's better players than. That's what I'm saying to you is Howie may see this draft and go, there are better players out there than a lot of guys that I've got.
But now that's also hard for a lot of fans to realize. Like, the exciting whites has become a craze here.
It's become a craze.
Could you imagine if Reed Blankenship is not the starting safety anymore?
Yeah, I could imagine it. I could imagine them. There are safeties in this draft. There are safeties in this draft that I would think could step in and be every bit as good, if not better. So it wouldn't affect me at all. It would be Reed Blankenship. Well, that's what I think. But the thing is, that's what I think Howie's thinking too.
Right.
Is Howie's going, I'm not married to any. Look, there's some guys he's married to. He's married to Jalen Carter.
Yes.
He's not married to Saquon Barkley.
Married to Jalen Hurts.
Jordan Mailata, things like that. There's 7-8 guys that he could go, yeah, I can do better. And I can do better in this draft. Not necessarily meaning get rid of somebody.
Right.
But I can do better than that guy.
And the guy could be waiting in the wing moving forward.
Absolutely.
You know, Reed Blankenship could still be the starting safety.
Exactly.
And you could draft a guy.
I'm not ripping on Reed Blankenship. But I would absolutely believe if there's a starter that they think they can upgrade, it's Reed Blankenship. Or Darius Slay's spot.
Right.
Yeah, I think the whole depth thing, though, is a bit of a presumption on our part. And I've presumed stuff this offseason. Like, I think they're re-signing Zach Bond. Mm-hmm. But, like, let's say they don't, even though I've called it 100%. Oren Burks is also a free agent. Nakobe Dean's coming off a major injury. Like, you could be looking at a starting linebacker. You could be looking at a starting interior offensive lineman if Mekhi Becton doesn't re-sign. There's a couple spots where you're going to have to go find a starter, potentially.
Yeah, because exactly, we don't know the plan yet. We'll know the plan by March 12th. We'll know the plan.
Yeah.
We'll know at least who's absolutely exiting.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
we'll probably know Monday, March 10th.
Legal tampering,
right, man. At lunchtime.
Yeah, right, an edge rusher starter as well.
Right, exactly.
Absolutely.
Josh Sweat is gone. So there's three major positions that you're going to have to find a starter at potentially.
Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely, because I think I like Jalix Hunt. There's an improvement to Jalix Hunt, who's right now in terms of your depth chart, it's either him or Bryce Huff on the opposite side of Nolan Smith.
There are guys in this draft who absolutely have more upside than Jalix Hunt.
Right.
That could be drafted in the first 2 days of this draft.
And Jalix Hunt will still be a great rotational edge guy.
And he's been fantastic. We're thrilled for him.
You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, WPN HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. We get to the text line here in a second, but Sam Amick, who covers the NBA for The Athletic, put out a story as the Luka Doncic stuff still unfolds from Dallas and their ridiculously stupid trade. They, before, apparently reached out to the Minnesota Timberwolves for Anthony Edwards. So here's the quote from Sam Amick's story. League sources tell The Athletic that the Mavericks and Timberwolves informally discussed the prospect of swapping Doncic for 23-year-old three-time All-Star Anthony Edwards in the weeks before the Lakers deal went down. More specifically, Mavericks general manager Nico Harrison reached out to the Timberwolves and asked if there was any chance they'd be willing to trade Edwards. He was promptly told no, and the Timberwolves, league sources say, were stunned that Dallas was even contemplating parting ways with Doncic.
Okay, so wait a minute here. Is that this does change the story, though. They were shopping him around.
They were shopping him.
And I wonder, would you have made that deal?
If I'm Minnesota?
Yeah.
No.
I don't either. I don't make that deal, but I'm glad to see that they shopped it. This is the Lakers GM. What's his name?
Pelinka. Rob Pelinka.
I was going to call him Patullo. Was made out to be a buffoon. He was shopping, Luke.
No. He was the genius. No, but Nico Harris.
No, Nico Harris. Right. I mean, as far as that, but it's that idea of they're still shopping around. There were calls being made. He's got to do and. Plus, the Lakers had to go, wow, who else has he called? What else has he offered? And they played it smart. Pelinka, who's made out to be an idiot, played this thing smart because he didn't push all his chips in going, I bet you they have another deal on the table.
Yeah.
Man.
He's made out to be an idiot because
I think it's
LeBron's the GM of that team, but LeBron did not make that move.
No, I think it's a crazy story, though.
I still can't believe it.
I still can't believe that Luka Doncic is the Lakers.
Did you see the other story? They mentioned the alcohol issues that they believe he has, but also the hookah.
Yeah, they say it's like catastrophe coming.
And it's like, all right, I'll believe it when I see it.
Okay.
Catastrophe.
The one thing I will tell you is that the hookah stuff is not good for your cardiovascular health.
Oh, no.
And he's not in good shape now, and he's a hell of a player. But what's he going to be in 3 years, 5 years, 7 years? And it's not good for your lungs.
Right.
It's really bad.
Especially when you run as much as you do in basketball.
It's why NBA players don't chain smoke.
Right.
Even though back in the day, it used to be amazing. Just tell you how things have changed. When I worked for the Flyers, I used to have to go in during the between periods and sometimes put in videotape and show players something or whatever, bring stuff in, bring stuff out. There were
smoking
cigarettes in the right in the ramp.
Sometimes you got to rip a dart. It's stressful playing professional sports.
But I mean, these guys were able to go out and play 30 minutes on the ice. 25, 30 minutes. Keenan played like a 12-man bench. And he would let guys, Mark Howell.
Yeah.
Mark Howell used to be smoking between periods.
Yeah, give me a red and we'll go out there.
Man.
He wasn't doing hookah, though.
All right, what do we have on the text line?
Well, first of all, we've got multiple Leicester fans upset at you for not having respect for the Foxes, so we got to deal with all that now.
The Foxes. Dude, I'm sorry. I don't run and hide from it. I don't give a damn about soccer. And I'm so happy for you who do. I love baseball. Do you know how much I have to hear about how baseball is a dying sport? So I don't care if you're a soccer fan and you get upset that I say a team's name wrong from a country that I don't live in.
And more importantly, it isn't our sport. Like who cares that you got it wrong?
But you could be a fan of soccer.
Right.
There are people that are a fan of hockey that don't like other sports. Like, good for you. Soccer is the biggest gatekeeping sport that I've ever heard. Right. Oh, we want more talk on the radio. But the second I talk about soccer, instead of being, hey, you said it incorrectly. No, you got to be an ass face about it.
Don't get your ponytail in a twist and spill your IPA.
Soccer, the gatekeepers of soccer.
I mean, it is the worst.
That pisses me off.
It is the worst gatekeeping sport at of all.
Your
I love you, soccer
MLS
fans.
Fan base
your
is-
MLS with your Apple TV deal, so nobody can watch. That's smart.
I mean, seriously, but it is the worst gatekeeping sport. Oh, well, why aren't you guys talking more? Why aren't you talking more? And then you get people that will literally just, these guys don't know what they're talking about. Yes, there's a reason why. I can just tell you is in sports why you talk about this. And we don't talk about a lot of sports that are going on in England and in Germany. We don't.
So Leicester it is today, Connor.
Shout out Liverpool.
I said Chichester. I'm thinking it's Chichester.
Let's get it back to American football here. And Zach from Florida brings up an interesting point on the Myles Garrett thing. He says the Eagles are in a perfect place to get Garrett, having guys locked up for a little bit. Who knows what happens in a few years? But tell me this, guys. If they walk away with Myles Garrett on draft day, does anyone not say the Eagles won the draft?
I'd be thrilled.
I'd be thrilled if it happened, but I would also not. The idea that the Eagles have like some sort of big leverage here, or they're in the best position to do this, is laughable. They are not. They're not.
Well,
they are not. They aren't.
Well,
okay.
What if I told you?
Gotcha.
That Diana Rossini just recently said something on her podcast.
What'd she say?
Well, you're going to find out next.
Really?
I'm going to have Brendan...
Double N Diana.
I'm going to have Brendan Gunn grab this audio during the commercial break. And the best part of it, she does the podcast with Chase Daniel, who obviously hates the Eagles and hates Jalen Hurts. He seems like almost upset about the reporting by Diana Rossini. So coming up next, one of the best insiders in football. She had Saquon before anybody else to the Eagles. What is she saying about the Eagles and the potential addition of Myles Garrett? The real sport of football? Find out next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
Do you not think that the people that came up with the tush push aren't going to come up with something?
is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
All right, so is there anything to Myles Garrett to the Eagles? Like you said that this is less likely than Soto.
Yes.
You said that Soto was more logical conversation.
Because you didn't have to pay anything but the money.
So
for Soto.
You respect Diana Rossini.
I do. Double N Diana, yes.
She is she's amazing. She still has a lot of great insight. She's now with The Athletic. Remember, she had the Saquon Barkley stuff pretty much before anybody else. I loved her reporting last year. A lot of people gave Nick Sirianni the credit for Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. Remember, he said in the press conference that he made the decision to hire those two guys. And then Diana Rossini, like 3 days later, was like, yeah, that didn't happen.
Okay.
This is Howie Roseman did this. And I agree with her. I do believe Kevin Patullo was more so because of Sirianni. But that's after winning a Super Bowl. So Diana Rossini does the podcast with Chase Daniels. So we can't get away from him. But
that's a bad choice on Diana's part.
I want to play this for you. Here was Diana Rossini on the Scoop City podcast about the Eagles and Myles Garrett.
Here's what some people are saying right now, that Howie's willing to move on from some of these guys because he's looking to make a big swing, and that big swing would be for Myles Garrett. Some of these guys that you think are a sure thing may not be sure things to return to Philly.
I would rather have Myles Garrett than Zach Bond.
Put it past Howie Roseman going after Myles Garrett.
Absolutely
no way.
Not.
Continue to build and build and build in the area that got them to the Super Bowl and in the Super Bowl's past.
So she's straight up saying that there's people that believe the Eagles will make the big swing. They're talking about not bringing back certain free agents and being okay with moving on from some players. So it does seem to be that it is
that they
possible.
Well, first off, again, is that how about this? Is that is there always going to be chatter around Howie Roseman in a trade like that?
Of course.
There's going to be.
But I'll say this, there's more chatter from reporters about Eagles and Garrett than there were about Phillies and Soto. You barely heard the Phillies mentioned.
No.
By the national people.
Soto when he was remember before the trade deadline the year before.
So the first time I heard
it was Soto flew back with them at the from the All-Star game. So he's definitely going to be, and he's friends with Bryce. I'm like, they're not going to do that because the minute they sign Soto for $45-50 million, Bryce is going to say, I need a pay increase, and they're not doing that.
Well, now I will say this.
They're not doing that.
There was like one man who I followed along with the Soto stuff.
Who's that?
It was John Heyman. Because
of the
Boris,
right?
Did we never? I don't think we ever talked about it. Do you remember when he did that interview and he hung up on the guys?
Right.
Because they were basically saying.
Well, they were being asses.
They were not. Yeah.
No, they were being asses.
They were.
I would have hung up too.
And I don't remember Heyman doing much Phillies reporting this offseason. He did 2 years ago about the trade deadline. You're right.
Absolutely.
But this past offseason, there was very little Heyman reporting, and.
That's because it was ridiculous.
If it's a Boris client, then look at Heyman.
It was absurd, and I don't believe this is. Look, I would.
No, but I trust Diana Rossini, and she's clearly connected with the Eagles.
You know that I would love it. I would absolutely love this.
Yeah,
one of my favorite shows. If the price is right.
Price is wrong.
That's what they always say.
Real quick, boys, I hate to interrupt, but I don't get to hit this button very much since we're the morning time slot. Is it button worthy?
Breaking sports news from 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Maybe if Andrew DiCecco was here, a true football guy would be button worthy.
I'm being liberal with the button because we don't get to hit it often. We don't get news in this early time slot very often.
What is it, though?
Per Adam Schefter, the Eagles are making their hire at quarterbacks coach.
Whoa. Who'd they hire?
Scott Loeffler is being named the new quarterbacks coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. He's a former Michigan quarterback.
He was the head coach at Bowling Green.
Yeah, Bowling Green, and he was at Temple. He was at Temple. I met him when he was at Temple.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah, I think it was.
Oh, now you're in on it.
Scott was at Temple University at the time back in the day.
Us out, man.
That's
and he's led Bowling Green to bowl games the last 3 years.
He's a good coach. He hasn't been in pro football in a long time, though, right?
It doesn't say here in the tweet.
He's been in pro football before, though. If I'm not mistaken, I may be incorrect.
I'd be lying to you if I had a lot of Scott Loeffler knowledge.
He was at Temple, and
that's a quick Google.
I believe he was. I believe he's been in the NFL before. And
no, I got you right.
Am I wrong?
Detroit Lions. Oh, he played quarterback.
Well, yes,
he got in 2008.
Yeah. No, not as a coach. So,
not as a coach.
He, I guess, was quarterback's coach with the Temple Owls, as you mentioned, 2011.
All right.
He was with Auburn in 2012, Virginia Tech for 3 years, Boston College for 3 years, and Bowling Green the last 5.
Then the head coach at Bowling Green. That's a good hire. That is a guy with a hell of a look. If you would have Brian Johnson as your quarterback coach, and you have Scott Loeffler, I mean, he's much more qualified. Much more qualified.
Hang on now.
What do you mean?
Brian Johnson, as an assistant coach, has gone to the Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. And then he goes to Washington, and Jaden Daniels wins Rookie of the Year in one of the great rookie quarterback seasons and plays in the NFC Championship game with him as part of the offensive line.
Can't call plays worth a lick.
I know.
But
that's not what we're talking about.
No, I'm talking about a guy who's been a college head coach, who has been as a successful college.
Brian Johnson was hired here from Florida as the head coach of that program.
But he was not the head coach
at Florida.
No,
was he not?
No.
What was he? The OC?
Brian Johnson was the OC. He was the OC.
Oh, I thought he was the head coach.
No.
Oh, my mistake then.
No. This is a great hire. I'm happy with this. Even though we don't know how much it really influences.
Hold on, this might be a bad hire.
Why?
I'm reading up on Scott Loeffler because obviously the football guy that I am needs.
What are you reading up?
I need to know about Scott Loeffler and why he's going to be a great quarterbacks coach. For the Philadelphia
quarterbacks coach is I think he's way overqualified.
On October 30th of 2021, this could be bad, considering we know the attitude sometimes of the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Nick Sirianni.
Oh, he got in the fight.
Loeffler became the first head coach to be ejected.
He got in the fight.
2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties in back-to-back drives. He was the first coach ever to be ejected in a game.
And he had to be separated from the officials.
So
I like that guy with an edge.
I don't know. That might be bad with Sirianni and Loeffler on the side. They might go at it the two of them.
Big Dom's got him.
Dude, they could. No,
well, what my point is, Connor.
Big Dom could not stop Sirianni getting Jalen Carter. It was Clint Hurt that stopped him.
He's overqualified as a quarterback's coach.
Big Dom's too busy looking at the camera sometimes to see.
Yeah, he wants to make sure he's getting in the camera shot.
I got you. I think it's early.
Or Jay Glazer getting.
Yes.
I think it's early to just say great hire. I like the resume. We'll see. Very similar to the Kevin Petula thing. We'll see.
Look, completely different resumes, but yeah. Completely different resumes.
Coming up next, John sent a text yesterday from a conversation that was had on the best show ever. There was a poll and everything done.
I like the best show ever.
I do too.
Yeah, good stuff.
And we are going to discuss about the process because I want John's life to be hell before he goes on vacation. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles hire quarterbacks coach. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Birds have added to their coaching staff, hiring Scott Loeffler as their new quarterbacks coach. Loeffler most recently was the head coach at Bowling Green, so he comes here from the college ranks. We will see what he's able to do with Jalen Hurts and the rest of the quarterback room here in Philadelphia. So Nick Sirianni bringing another guy onto the staff here in Philadelphia. And with that NFL news, we remind you the Combine is continuing through Sundays. Teams around the NFL are looking at the draft-eligible players in Indianapolis. Birds currently have the number 32 overall pick, so we'll keep you updated with the news from Indy. The Flyers fell to the Penguins last night, 5-4 in overtime. Matvei Michkov did have 2 goals in the game. They're going to play the Winnipeg Jets tomorrow up there in Canada. Sixers take on the Warriors tomorrow at the Wells Fargo Center. And Nick Nurse spoke with our Andrew Salciunas and Bill Colarulo from the Sixers Youth Gala about the struggles of the season so far for the Sixers.
It's been really, really difficult. There's been some times where we haven't handled that very well, but that's the message. Got to play better. Got to continue to hope.
Yeah, hope is kind of what the Sixers have to work with at this point, but we'll see what they have left in the tank with 24 games left in the season. This update is brought to you by Moyer Indoor Outdoor Services. Follow Andrew Salciunas' lead and get a jump on a lush green lawn this spring right now. Go to emoyer.com for free estimates. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Vitalico.
Why I put him in number 5? Well, that way you could skip him when you want to skip him.
888-975 The Fanatic. Let's check our text line, Mr. Thomas, and then we'll get into a conversation that was being discussed on the best show ever.
They had a good show yesterday.
Just yesterday
Lively.
afternoon. Yes, always. The best show ever.
Nice to see Billy the C, too.
Damn
He's in
right.
the studio already.
As the Mike Missanelli show
Right.
comes your way at 10 o'clock with also Ray Dunn. What do we have on the text line, Connor?
All right, it is all Myles Garrett today, boys.
Is it really?
Yeah. Like, we've gotten like 2 texts outside of Myles Garrett, and I think they've both been about Lester. So this is a wild take from Joe in West Philly, who says, I'd rather sign former Eagle star Hassan Reddick. Choose something like a 2-year, $45 million deal and wait till the draft to finish the defensive line.
Okay, so that's stupid because Hassan Reddick literally was a problem.
Hassan Reddick's was a problem in the organization.
In the locker room.
His value, by the way, is projected to be $11 million a year. So why would you pay Hassan Reddick like that much more? No.
Look, I like Hassan Reddick. Temple made Temple proud, man.
I'm disgusted.
But when stories come out that he becomes a locker room problem,
and he quit on your organization last year and tried to screw you over. What?
Yeah, why would you?
That all went away.
Why would you bring that back?
That all went away. They're not bringing him back.
All right.
He did it to himself. He's a pariah.
What else we got?
We also have a check-in here, no name on this one, but they say the Eagles are absolutely in play for Myles Garrett. He will not be traded to a team without championship aspirations. That's his number one goal in getting out of Cleveland. Do you all remember, speaking of Hassan Reddick, I believe nobody wants to repeat that mistake. I know he has 2 years left, but he can do what he's doing to Cleveland, to the team he's traded to, if he doesn't like that team as well.
Thing is the whole thing about Myles Garrett. He has no say where he's going. He has no say. Oh, he won't go to any team that's not he has no say. If they trade him, he doesn't have a say. He doesn't. And Cleveland is not going to go, oh, yeah, well, we got to think about this. Myles is holding up the whole organization, but you know what we need? We need to make sure we do right by him. I'd send his ass to the worst franchise in the NFL. I would call Kellen Moore and say, hey, Kellen.
Well, they can't afford it.
Kellen, you can't afford it, but could you mortgage the Jacksonville? Send him to damn Jacksonville.
Well, I've got good news, Johnny. I know a team that scored very low on the NFLPA ratings.
Yeah,
that I think would be a terrible place for Myles Garrett. Bad locker room, not even enough first-class seats. Send him to Philly.
If I'm Cleveland, by the way, their team travels better. I would absolutely, if I'm Cleveland, I'd be spiteful as hell. And I would get the best deal possible. And if it was really close, I'd love to send him somewhere where he didn't get what he wanted.
I'm curious. We don't do polls much on this show.
No.
So based off of the text that you have read, we appreciate everybody that texts the show at 610-632-0975. You can always reach us, even if you can't call in. You can reach us via the text line.
We love it.
Are people, is it more people want Myles Garrett or don't want Myles Garrett? Because we've had no pushback on Myles Garrett. Or are there people that go, I want Myles Garrett, but I just don't think it's possible? Like, where are the majority of people coming in on that conversation?
I'd say 75% are go get Myles Garrett. Like, the Eagles should absolutely go do this. Maybe like 10, 15% there are saying, I'd like him, but they're not going to get him. And then there, whatever percentage is left, because I'm not a math guy. What is that? So 90. The other 10% of people.
How did you do mortgages?
There's a system. You just type the numbers into the computer. It spits it out.
Amazing.
The other 10% is like, no, don't do it. Build through the draft.
For the first time in a while, like a long time, because look,
sure,
you've been doing radio for 75 years. I've been
around 75.
I've been doing it for 10.
Not for another 2.
I've heard come on, man, just build through the draft a million times, but usually I don't agree with it because, like the Phillies, oh come on, don't trade the prospects. The prospects are never good, so I hate that argument, right? The people that say don't trade prospects, tell me the great Phillies prospects that they have had.
They've had terrible.
The people that are obsessed, there are a lot of people that are obsessed with the NFL draft because it's probably the most fun one that you can try to do on your own at home. There are a lot of people that would rather build through the draft because it's more fun that way.
There's also too, though, just the counter of that. There's more people who want to build through the draft because a lot of people watch college football religiously. Mm-hmm. A lot of people are very, very casual.
Right. But what I'm trying to get at is the Eagles, for a long time, were not good at it. So why would you tell me to – this is the first time in a while where if you say built through the draft, I go, I understand why you would say
they're on a 4-year run now.
Yeah, so that's why I would understand. I understand. For the people that say no, I get it. Because
they
the Eagles
fixed it.
are actually doing good at it.
Yeah, they fixed it now. They fixed how their drafting policy and everything. They've done a great job. They fixed it.
Right.
They know how to do it now. And their cap is going to be in beautiful shape moving forward. I just don't want to do it. And I understand. But if I got word, if I get back off that plane,
Hell yeah, man.
and I get word that Myles Garrett is an Eagle, I'm going, what did it cost? That's my second question. I'm going, woohoo! Then I'm saying, what did it cost?
All right. Yesterday, best show ever. Asked a very simple question. Was the process a failure? Yes or no? I told John his life will be hell before he leaves because John is going on vacation, but I don't want you. You said you want to run through the finish line.
I do.
So get ready for a full-blown sprint.
I like this.
Or a 3-round heavyweight battle.
Okay.
Was the process a failure, yes or no? 87.5% are wrong when they say yes.
It was a failure.
No, it was not.
Yes, it was a failure.
Okay, gentlemen, take your time. State your case. John Kincade, you open your argument.
When in any business venture or otherwise, success is rated by what was created by it. This has been a complete and utter failure because a sports team is judged by winning and losing. They have been losers. They have been a team that has not gotten out of the second round for a quarter of a century. That is a loss, a giant L. Take it, Andrew.
Mr. Salciunas, your response.
You had a future Hall of Famer added to this team because of the process through Joel Embiid. If Ben Simmons doesn't lose his freaking marbles, you have a Rookie of the Year and a multi-time All-Star that goes alongside Joel Embiid. If Markelle Fultz doesn't forget how to shoot all of a sudden with thoracic outlet syndrome, they made up an injury, you have your big three, which stemmed from this process. And then, of course, all the optionality. Now, look, I was ready for Sam Hinkie to go. So, I wasn't one of those guys that, cried the day he was kicked out. I think it was time. He needed to go. But you became a contender. Yes, have they gotten out of the second round? No, they have not. But are you telling me that every team that has ever built in one way or another that didn't win a championship, they're considered a failure?
No.
Their plan is considered a failure?
No.
They built a contender, and that was the purpose of it because they were never going to win with the trio of Iguodala and Thaddeus Young and Drew Holiday, a bunch of nice players, good NBA players, right? But they weren't going to win anything. They were in cap hell. They had to get out of it. They got out of it, and they got legitimate players in return. And that's why, to me, it was not a failure.
The Honorable Connor B. Thomas presiding. I will go ahead and split the difference here. It's very hard to call the process I guess the opposite of failure would be success at this point. So 87 or whatever percent of responders, they're on the side of the argument that is much more logical and easier to make. Now, I understand what Andrew's saying. And the tough thing is the people that are saying it's not a failure are separating after the drafting of the assets from the actual idea of acquiring the assets, which I think a lot of people say the process was the idea to get these players. The fact that they didn't work out is on the team for not developing them, not bringing in other players in the future, not just the post-Sam Hinkie, but really the post-Brett Brown when he stopped being the de facto GM of the team. So you acquired assets. You didn't build on those assets. Some people would say that the process of getting those players was successful.
The process of getting players, teams do it all the time. We've seen in just the past 10 years, Milwaukee didn't have to do anything like that. Toronto didn't have to do anything like that to have a parade. The stupid Atlanta Hawks have been to the conference finals 2 times in 10 years. You gave me 2 ifs. Well, if Markelle Fultz had done this and if Ben Simmons had done this, I understand your point and I cede you the point. Mm-hmm. You are correct. But the fact that it didn't happen adds to the whole thing. It was a failure, an absolute failure. And by the way, I can go back to my own interview before the draft with Shaquille O'Neal and Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
And Shaq talking about the fact he's going to be on your Sixers. He's going to be on your Sixers. And him telling me, yeah, but I got problems. And telling the story of Ben didn't want to take much guidance when he was at LSU.
I understand
Ben didn't do the things that it took to be great when he was at LSU. And so there were mistakes made, big mistakes made.
I will say, well, yeah, no.
And when you don't
mistakes were made.
When you don't go to the conference final, when you don't go to a conference final in a quarter of a century, That is abysmal failure. Teams dumb their way into conference finals. This franchise has nothing to show.
Well, no, but we're talking about the process.
No, I'm
for the
talking
last
about it.
10
The
years.
process has been a failure.
Now I believe it is unfair to bring up the Milwaukee Bucks because
why?
Nobody thought Giannis was going to be.
Yeah, but they drafted well, and Toronto did the same. They got guys, put together a team.
Well, they acquired Kawhi Leonard, who was the best player in the face of the world.
So you don't have to be the smartest guys in the room. We're going to lose purposely
but here's
for
the thing.
years.
You are a guy that talks glowingly of the Oklahoma City Thunder. What have they accomplished?
That we're going to watch them. You know what they're going to be?
Because they also did a process.
And you know what they're going to be? They're going to be contenders for years.
So were the Sixers.
The Sixers were not. They didn't get out of the second round.
They were contenders. And that's when you and I will have differences in the term
I'm going to hold you
contender.
both in contempt of court if we don't go to break. But I don't remember OKC playing past the second round.
Yeah, they still have not.
I said, but that book has a long way to go.
And the chapter has not been written.
The Sixers book
coming up next on Kincade Salciunas.
I told you, it's a sprint before you get out of here. I'm making your life miserable talking about the process. Don't forget, Key 3 comes your way next as well. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli, Bill Colarulo, and Ray Dunn.
believe that you said the Sixers have never been contenders post-process. That is a wild statement to make.
It is. I don't think teams that aren't in the Final Four are contenders. If you don't make the Final Four, you fell short for some reason. And maybe it was the poops. Because you couldn't play because you had the poops.
Well, man, it's gastroenteritis.
Yeah,
all
it's
right?
great. Yeah,
it's a serious condition. Show some respect.
Dude, I am the person not to have that conversation.
Sixers diarrhea. They had it bad.
I love the stuff that I see people sit out of work for. That's interesting. Not the person to have the conversation.
Show some respect to gastroenteritis.
Yeah, exactly. The poops.
So
costing you an entire game of that series, you would have been, and then you would have been able to prove that this mythical championship that they didn't win, that I've always been told, well, they absolutely would have won it. That game would have gone to overtime. So who knows what happens?
All I know is
do they win that in overtime? Do they win that game in overtime?
Yes.
Guaranteed. You're going to tell me they guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Then they beat the Bucks. Then they beat then they beat the banged up Warriors, and then they win the NBA Finals.
The mythical path that the
alternate universe.
Yes.
So Connor, you heard John say that they are not contenders.
Yeah, I'll absolutely debate that
never
point.
been contenders.
So you get on the plane to Jamaica.
Yeah, I think that is an insane statement to make.
Yeah, if you don't make the Final Four, you aren't in contention.
So they were a 1 seed.
No, if you're a 1 seed and you don't make it to the Final Four. You absolutely weren't. That year, you fell amazingly short.
You did.
It was a disaster.
Right. But falling short doesn't make you not a contender.
So you mean every single year when we were about to embark on a new journey of Sixers basketball, not this season. This season, obviously.
No, not if you're
start off poorly.
Depends on what your expectations are. If your expectations are, if during the season you're a number 1 seed,
so they're a contender.
No, you're in a position to contend for a championship. But then you got to actually do the thing that the Sixers can't manage to do. Win a couple series. And by the way, they have lost abysmal series in the second round. They have lost 2 teams. By the way, they should have beaten that Toronto team. There ain't any way in hell they should have lost to the Atlanta Hawks. There isn't a way they shouldn't have lost to Miami. There's give me all these things that, well, if this had happened.
Well, this goes back to where we have different semantics when it comes to the term contender. Like
we do.
Phillies how many times have you read an article? Contenders or pretenders?
Does any team, do we talk in let's go baseball.
Yeah. Right. Phillies had the second best win record in baseball last year.
They were a contender. They were a contender last year.
And nobody, when they talk about when they're talking about the baseball story of 2024, the baseball story of 2024 is going to be the amazing Mets that managed to beat the Phillies. It's going to be the story is told in the postseason.
So before
it's
the
not
postseason,
told in regular season.
So before the postseason started, did you or did you not say that the Phillies were contenders?
If you were talking about contenders for a title in the regular season, yeah, regular season wins, the empty calories of sports, you can. But when the story is told of the season, we talk about playoffs. We talk about what happened in the World Series. Yankees got to the World Series. They finally got over the hump and got to the World Series. Dodgers finally delivered on their promise after 2 years of gagging.
After always being contenders.
Right, gagging. No, they had won 2 World Series in 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue that it's just unfair to say that in any sport there's only 4 contenders every year.
No, I said is that if you're a true contender for a title, you're at least getting even when the sad-ass Atlanta Hawks got there, they got a number 1 seed one year. I couldn't believe it. The whole year long we were doing the shows and going,
you're amazed.
Can't believe it. But then they at least delivered to a conference final before crapping out.
I got you. You're talking very logically about things that did happen. But there are times where I could argue that a team in the Final Four is not a contender. Like, I could make the argument that the Washington Commanders this past year were not a Super Bowl contender. Like, they had no chance to win it all.
They got to the conference finals.
They were 14-12, losing with 2 minutes to go heading into the half. It was 14-12. And the Eagles got a gift that they didn't call an obvious holding call that converted a 4th down.
I know you're not trying to make the argument that the AFC Championship game was close.
No, dude, it was 14-12 at halftime. If they're going, and by the way, it wouldn't have been because the Commanders would have taken over the ball in their own territory right before halftime. They would have potentially been leading going into the half.
You're going to go this far to make the point about who's a contender
no, but if you're
and who's
saying
not
there,
is crazy.
It didn't. The way that it went, it didn't end up close. But at that point, if they call holding on Saquon, which was obvious, but guess what? There are plays in every game. You can go back and say that.
Right.
But if that call's made correctly, the Commanders take over at midfield. They're getting a field goal. You may go into halftime trailing, which changes the entire landscape of a game.
So you're making the if argument for that, but when Andrew makes the if argument for the Sixers, it's not valid to say what could have happened.
You can't if a quarter century away, Connor.
He's not talking about the quarter century.
I'm talking about the process. And now let me go back to the Thunder thing.
I'm going to tell you don't win that Toronto game in overtime.
Would you say that the Oklahoma City Thunder are a contender?
Well, I'll tell you in the spring.
See, no, you got to say yes or no now. They're the one seed in the Western Conference. Of course they're a contender, and yet they've never made it to the Western Conference Finals.
I'm consistent as hell on this. I don't care about it. The only thing I care about is football with the home field advantage and the one-off as far as what you're doing. NBA, I always say, though, Major League Baseball, I say it every year. It's empty calories. You can talk all you want about regular season. I want to know what you're going to do in a short season in the playoffs. And the last 2 years, like for the Phillies. Your plan that wins you 95 games, woohoo! But it's not a plan that's going to win you a 5-game series, a 7-game series, a 7-game series.
Phillies were a contender last year in the playoffs.
No, they didn't even get to the Final Four.
Yeah,
they fell miserably short. You were a contender in the regular season.
The Braves were contenders in the postseason the 2 years the Phillies knocked them out. They were a 100-win baseball team.
They were in the regular season. They were set up for success, and they gagged like the Phillies did last year.
Doesn't make them not contenders.
Gagged.
Why did they gag?
What you're trying to do?
Because they were the contenders.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to justify something you don't just want to admit's a failure. No, the process was an abysmal.
I don't believe the Braves are failures.
Also,
they also have a World Series in the last 3 years.
All right, we're going too deep into the argument. I split you guys down the middle on the process conversation.
If he's on a fence.
Oh, okay.
If you're on a fence,
about
a fence. You're Bill Collarula making football picks.
Salciunas, key 3.
No, I didn't say it yet. We still got about 10 seconds. What side? Jump over. What side?
Dude, I'm split in the middle.
No, come on. Was the process a failure, yes or no?
This comes from a fundamental misunderstanding of what the goal of the process was. And the tough thing about it is...
What was the goal of the process? To win a championship.
Hang on, John. If I'm going to get my time, I'm going to get my time. And
it's time now for the key. No, I'm kidding.
You have to separate, and it's a tough thing to do, whether the execution of the plan was proper, but the plan might have been flawed to begin with. So if they executed the plan properly, is that a success? Or does it result on the results past the plan that Sam Hinkie had? It gets really complicated there, which is why it's a very intriguing discussion.
The goal of the process was to win a championship.
Brian Colangelo having burner accounts doesn't help either.
Yeah, and blaming it on his wife.
Yeah, I was wrong.
That's abysmal.
That was wrong of him.
I'll tell you this much.
That's why he's barely in basketball anymore.
That's a bad husband.
Hell yeah, man.
Doing that stuff.
Barbara Bettini, right? See, I should not know that name, but
exactly
that was what the process did to me. It is time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, today's best.
So the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year, and they did it a lot because of the youth on this team. We talked about this ad nauseum last season, but how amazed we were that Jalen Carter looks like he's in his 6th year in the NFL. He was only in year 2. You have a lot of guys like Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and Jalix Hunt who played roles and major roles as rookies. There's guys on rookie contracts. You had guys like Milton Williams, who I know will probably be gone this offseason, but you had a lot of guys on their rookie deals still really playing well for the Philadelphia Eagles last year, coupled with the veterans, right? The core of Jalen and A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith on offense, the offensive line, obviously the secondary with Darius Slay, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Like, you had veterans that were major roles, but you don't win the Super Bowl if your young players don't play the way that they did. I mean, think about the Super Bowl itself. Patrick Mahomes could not get anything really done because Jalen Carter, Milton Williams, Jalix Hunt, Nolan Smith. So that's 2 rookies.
How about the exciting whites?
The exciting whites. But I'm talking about the pass rush made him miserable. And then Cooper DeJean has a pick 6. Quinyon Mitchell's locking down his guy. Like, these young players on the Eagles defense and even the Eagles offensive line. I mean, Cam Jurgens is only in year 1 as the starting center of the Eagles. They were spectacular. So the question is, Johnny, how do you continue to project the youth of the Eagles? I don't want to say flash in the pan by any means. I think these I think these guys are very talented. But we talked about the natural fall off that will probably happen. And I remember
with some players that happens.
You mentioned maybe Quinyon Mitchell because maybe teams target him a little bit more.
Well, they have a year of tape.
Right, exactly. But how do you continue to project the youth? Because a lot of guys checked off a box that a lot of players don't check off. winning a Super Bowl, and they're doing it on their rookie deals.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and saying there'll be some natural drop-off because that is going to happen. It's just the way it goes. But it doesn't mean that the drop-off is going to be, like, you're going to hear terms like sophomore slump.
Right.
I don't think Jalen Carter had a sophomore slump.
No.
I think Jalen Carter took it to another level. The thing is, you just can't project that every one of the young guys will be better in year 2 than they were in year 1. I have every reason to believe that Cooper DeJean is the real deal. I do also believe that the NFL's a smart league, and they're going to find ways to maybe try to exploit him.
Yeah, the Adam Thielen game against the Panthers. He had a very bad game that day.
Yeah, there might be things like that. I think that the good news is, Andrew, I don't believe any of them, like you said, have any type of flash in the pan, even quality to them.
Right.
Which I think is spectacular.
When I talk about Nick Nurse, like, does part of you feel bad that here's this guy that was like, he's thought of as this really great head coach, and he comes here with a really great roster, and it's not healthy?
I would tell you that, yeah, I feel bad that because we haven't gotten to see the best of his plan, but what I would tell you is what I have seen. I've not seen creativity. I have not seen a motivated club far too often.
Yep.
And that bothers me. That bothers me, and that is part of his job responsibility.
Everybody played at an exceptional level this season, which is why we believe there will be some sort of natural fall-off. Name the bad starter on the Eagles this year.
You're hard up for entertainment then.
Seriously, like,
because you're not finding it.
Name the guy that going into the Super Bowl, other than Jake Elliott,
that somebody would say
concerned about.
By the way, that is one.
That was but that's the
but
only
it would
one.
be the idea of saying to yourself, this guy's a problem. You really don't do it.
No.
You can't do it with the Eagles roster. And that's pretty amazing. But when youth is served, sometimes there's a little slight step back before you take the big jump.
All right, that is the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show. Give me a city. I'm going to see what other key.
Port Charles.
A real city.
Yeah, give me a real city.
Genoa City. No, that's another one. I'm going to give you Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. All right.
Which is near Genoa City.
Giannis has to have one.
A key to the city?
I would imagine. No keys to the city in Milwaukee.
Really?
Yeah.
Did Portland give one to
their
Dame?
doors open.
Dame does have one, but it wasn't Portland.
Where else would he get
Where
one?
would he get
I
one?
saw his name on here somewhere.
He doesn't run from the grind.
I saw his name on here somewhere. He got it from Ogden, Utah.
Shaquille O'Neal, does he have a key to the city?
Let me see.
Shaq doesn't need one. He'll just bust the door down.
Shaquille O'Neal has one from Miami.
Well, he's on the police force there. By the way, he has a real badge. Like, he has a real badge. He rides when he's in Miami. He rides the overnight with the detectives and does that. It's unbelievable. He tells the one story of going to a drug bust. They're going to a drug bust, and he's along on the ride, and they're like, okay, all we want you to do, Shaq, is just guard the back door.
Yeah.
Just you be at the back door.
Bro, you run out the back door, and there's
the guy ran out the back door, and he runs right into Shaquille.
You're like, where's our?
And he
is
says,
this a bit?
He goes, oh my God, Shaq! And he says, don't move, dude. I don't want to hurt you. Don't move. I don't want to hurt you.
That's actually kind of awesome.
So he literally just stood there staring at Shaq.
All right, real quick, I got one more key. Now, again, a lot of the key to the city is also what you do for the city as well. Even though, like, I don't know why Britney Spears has one from Camden County. I don't think she did all that much except for performing.
She guarded the medicine cabinet.
So Indianapolis has given away one key to the city.
To Peyton Manning.
That's what I would think.
Because of his hospital?
It was to Reggie Wayne.
Well, Reggie Wayne has been very charitable there.
No, I know, but like out of all the Colts, my first thought would be Peyton Manning.
I figured
Reggie Wayne
would have another city in Indiana.
Gary?
Wayne.
Well, there you go.
That's good work.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join Davis CPA Group. Ron Davis doing my taxes today during our show.
I'm seeing him.
I owe a little.
I'm seeing him in a couple weeks.
I owe a little. But it's okay. He does a great job. The American Association for Cancer Research will do great work for you. They're going to save your life. 975thefanatic.com/AACR. I'm living proof. Cancer research saves lives.
Actually, it's Fort Wayne. That's bad on me. Sorry.
That is Fort Wayne.
We'll be better next week.
No, Wayne is right here on Route 30.
Yeah, I got my Wayne's
only some of us will be better next week because only some of us will be here next week. Johnny, enjoy your vacation.
I will enjoy it. I miss you guys, and I'll see you when I get back.
Johnny will be out next week. Connor's going to be filling in for John for the first 3 days, and then Connor's leaving me. So next week on Thursday, Andrew DeCecco will be joining me here, and Amy Fadul will be joining me on Friday. I have other friends that want to come and hang out with me, like Andrew and Amy, okay? Everybody have a great weekend.
They're paying them.
Mike Missanelli's show comes your way next.